Well, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to the south side of Louisville, Kentucky here at Dixie Bowl for the singles portion of the 24th annual Kentucky-Indiana All-Star Tournament. Alongside PBA Hall of Famer Mike Albee, I am Daniel Farish. And Mike, the competition was very close this morning in the team event, and I expect nothing different here in the singles portion.
Yeah, I mean, we watched the one pair there right in front of us, and that was exactly the whole house was like that. Everybody was close, and great competition.
Yeah, after game one this morning, Indiana had the team lead with a little over 250 pin lead, and I was already preaching to the viewers, the listeners, and the choir as well about how it was going to be another Indiana-dominated year as it has been for the last 16 years. But after game two, Kentucky clawed back specifically on the boys' side, and Kentucky had a 106-pin lead after game two, but they fell a little short of the intended goal as Indiana once again claims the overall win. On the girls' side, the Kentucky girls had 7,965 to the Indiana girls 8,204, so about 240 pin difference between the Indiana girls and the Kentucky girls. The Kentucky boys did get the win for the boys division. The Kentucky boys totaled, had it right in front of me just now. So the Kentucky boys were 87-67 and the Indiana boys 87-39, so 28 pin difference, but the boys couldn't do enough to make up the deficit that the girls had. So once again, Indiana takes the team lead, or takes the team win at this event. But now we're on to the singles portion, and the highest qualifier in the entire field came from the Kentucky side. That was Charlie Smith, shot 279 the first game and cruised from that point on, finished with 680. The top four boys out of Kentucky: Charlie Smith 680, Brooks Golden 642, Wesley Yazell 611, and Robbie Oakleaf Jr. 605. Indiana boys top four: Caden Russell 629, Kyle Toyas 625. I apologize if I'm saying that wrong. Wesley Boyd 615, and Bobby Stevenson 584. On the girls' side for Kentucky, Paige France, the only girl in the field north of 600, plus 31, 631 in the team event. Hannah Hackworth 595, Kaylee Hitt 582, and Alexa Escamilla 529. For the Indiana girls, your top four: Krista Gwynn 589, Mary Brooks 576, Grace McCack 570, and Tandis O'Neill 557. Here on 25 and 26, we have two different matches going on. First off, let's see how they're A and C. So across from one another, we see right here Bobby Stevenson just threw a shot on 25. He's going up against William Riddle. Bobby, the 4 seed for Indiana, and William Riddle, the 13 seed for Kentucky. I'll explain a little bit about how they do this. The number 1 seed for Indiana faces off against the 16 seed for Kentucky, and vice versa. That way, the first round, you're facing someone from the other state no matter what. Now, after this portion, it's all depends on who wins. And the other match on 25 and 26 will feature the 14 seed from Kentucky, Austin Nelson, and the 3 seed from Indiana, Wesley Boyd. As Wesley, you see him here wiping off his Storm Torrent and getting ready to throw his second offering after his 6th spare to open the game. All of these matches, 2-game total pinfall, by the way.
You know, looking at the scores from the singles, I mean from the team event, you saw the 680, but that was a big game out of Charlie Smith. But the overall scores showed you that they're not easy out there.
No.
And we saw some strings of strikes, but it didn't take much to miss that. So it's a demanding condition, especially right now on fresh. You see the balls kind of darting and diving until they get some carry down there and get a little to smooth out a bit, but it's not an easy condition at all out there for the players.
No, they're bowling on Kegel's Tower of Pisa landmark sport pattern, and it is a sport pattern. 3.27 to 1 is the ratio.
Well, that scares me just hearing the name right there.
I know, right? 41 feet, 25 units. And the thing about these medium patterns are kind of like 39 to 42, I would say, is, on a short pattern, you play the gutter. On a long pattern, you play, left of second arrow. On a medium pattern, players could have success on top of 6. You could have success on 11, 12.
Well, I think you're kind of seeing a little bit of that. You watch some of the players are going straighter. They're more towards the outside, and the guys and the girls who have a little more revolutions on the ball, they're more in trying to play in there, and they both have the same trouble.
Yep.
Either balls go out and they hang, get in, they hook. So it'll be interesting to see, or they get out that far and they don't come back at all.
They don't.
So those are, those things are can put you behind the 8 ball real fast. You get your swing tightened up when you throw a shot like that. You're afraid to let it off your hands sometimes after that.
Bobby keeps having a little more in play, crosses over, leaves just the 6, but he already lost the count on the gutter on the spare. So he's got a little bit of work to do. Down about 19 to his opponent.
See light, high, high, light. Just you see that out there just from every bowler so far in front of us here.
And like you said, until the end of this pattern tightens up a little bit and calms down, smooths out that back end reaction, there's going to be a lot of red dots up on the screen, and a lot of that over-under from these players.
Yeah, this is one of those where you stand at the foul line and wait till about 45, 50 feet till you're really sure where it might end up.
Yep. And Mike, just as you preached earlier, this is not going to be a strike fest, so spares are at an absolute premium. Spares and count.
Yeah, count especially, you're right. That's something a lot of people forget about, is that count. This is a portion of play where the mental game comes very important, because once that ball's out of your hand, you have to just move on to your next shot, whether it's a spare or it's the next frame. You've really got to keep your concentration and watch what your ball's doing so you know how to make those moves. And sometimes you have to watch your opponent to see what their ball's doing as well to maybe give you a little bit of insight of how the lanes are changing, or maybe they found a better reaction where they're at.
Yeah, especially if you're in the same area of the lane.
Yeah.
Or you're playing the same break point.
Yeah.
It can really give you an idea of kind of what's going on out there. As we flipped over to 21 and 22, we'll take a look at the matchups on this pair. Let's see. In front of us right now, 7 seed for Indiana, David Hayes, standing next to his teammate. See the 8 seed, Adam Olnick from Indiana. They are facing off against the 9 seed, Brandon Padgett from Kentucky. He is up against Olnick, and Hayes is squaring off against the number 10 seed from Kentucky, Trey Simmons III.
And David Hayes had the front 3 there. And that ball he threw, I thought it was going to be great. And, boy, it just really jerked left, and he got a good break, knocking everything down, leaving just a 10 and a good spare conversion. That's those ones where you think, oh, this looks good. Then you're thinking big 4.
Yeah, then you're glad you got 9.
Yeah, exactly.
Off your hand, it's a great shot, and 5 seconds later, oof.
Yeah, it's a nightmare.
And if I heard our the announcements correct earlier, David Hayes, who we were just talking about, a member of the ITC National Championship team, Wichita State Shockers this year.
Boy, they have got some great. It seems like they have an easy job as far as the recruiting situation goes. What do you think? I know Parker Bone's son as well is heading out there. So I'll tell you what, just because you get to go there doesn't mean you're necessarily we're going to see them do. You obviously being a collegiate bowler, I mean, I never participated in any of that, but I can't imagine being scholarship and getting the opportunity to go. But that all is, it's an opportunity. It doesn't mean you're there. You're on the team. I mean, you're on the team, but you're not. I guess is it the traveling part of the team?
Right.
Or,
yeah.
So you could probably explain a lot better than I can for sure. But that's the thing. You think, oh wow, great job. And then you think, how many kids are actually there? Well,
and the thing is, with a place like Wichita, if you're Bob Smith and you've run over the youth, your youth leagues back home, your high school leagues, and you're a top player in the country, and you go to Wichita State, you're not the only one of you there. There's 6, 7, 8 other of you there.
How many can they carry?
So I think the official roster for college now is 24, and then you've got, because back when I bowled, you could have as many as you wanted.
Oh, okay.
So there were some events that Lindenwood, we were very well funded by the school. We would take 2 of those big tour buses. We take 8 men and 8 men's teams and 6 women's teams.
Well, it doesn't make
some of these events.
Doesn't make you relaxed or loose when you got that kind of group behind you, right? I mean, you got to perform, or you're on the outside looking in, I would assume.
For the top, the top 10 to 12 players.
Yeah.
You're watching your back.
Yeah.
But these days, I think they're limited to 24 in the program. and then you could take 1 varsity and 2 junior varsity to an event. But yeah, just because you go to Wichita State as a heralded youth player doesn't mean you're going to make varsity, because their tryouts are grueling.
Wow.
So if you're looking at the scoreboard, they are bowling the person across from them. Just to give you an idea of where everyone is at. David with a comfortable lead right now. Meanwhile, Paget and Olnick pretty close, about a 13-pin difference there, with Olnick in the lead. Shot here in the 6th.
Wow.
Didn't even get right of the head pin. Takes off 4 off the left. And trip 4 there.
Break, yeah. Good shot. Yeah, it's hard to fathom, Adam, that shot, how many boards that traveled in the last 5 feet.
Yeah. I mean, Adam's ball got to the back
I'm
end.
thinking, oh, might be a flush Brooklyn.
That's what I was thinking.
It's like, wow.
It didn't tickle the 2-pin. Yeah.
Those will definitely play tricks on you'll have nightmares about that stuff. See what the move is here. Deeper. Boy, still real strong on the back end.
One thing that I would be cognizant of if I was bowling this event as an adult is the fact that we're using every pair in the building right now. Earlier, we skipped pairs between teams. So, like, directly in front of Mike and I's 23 and 24, which is not on one of the broadcast channels, they ran that pair before bowling this morning, and then it sat. Now, all the pairs used for team event were rerun after team event, so they were stripped and rerun. This pattern is sat on this pair, every other pair since maybe 7:30 this morning, and that will make them play differently.
It does change things, yep. It's like the TV lights on television when you're on the tour or any of the competitions are on television. Those lights play tricks on them, and you got to be ready for anything.
How much would you say the lights affect how quickly the pattern evolves on TV?
Oh, I think that it's by the minutes. I mean,
Is it?
Yeah, I think so. It just, let alone the heat and the more people that come in the building and those type of things. And, of course, then the equipment starts going down, and then just double time that, with all the equipment that's going, especially if somebody's playing in the general vicinity that you are.
Mm-hmm.
They've done better with lighting. Of course, lighting's changed a lot since, back in the ABC days on television. But, it's a little cooler lighting, but it's still strong.
Yeah, it's probably LED lights that don't give off anywhere near as much heat.
Mm-hmm.
But that's kind of the reason I've explained to people when I've been at a broadcast and, match 1 is over and they're going to the second match. Well, the 1 seed gets to come out and throw a couple shots. And I've had people ask me, why do they get to practice now? They'll get practice before their match. I said, well, they get to practice on the pair before the first match. Everybody does. But if you're the 1 seed and you practice on the fresh and then you don't see that pair for another hour and a half, and you only get 3 shots in each lane before your match.
Yeah, the first 2 or 3 are just trying to give you an idea of what happened.
Yeah, the 1 and 2 seeds need to see the evolution of the pair.
Yeah, exactly.
As it progresses, that's one of the benefits of being a 1 or 2 seed.
And that's what it's for. It's to give the benefit to the leader because they've earned that.
Right.
And they can also play tricks on whoever's still bowling because depending what they throw out there for those couple shots, they can certainly change the whole complexion of the oncoming match.
Are you saying the gamesmanship is around in the PBA?
That, I think back in my day, which was a long time ago, I mean, the equipment you couldn't do as much as you can manipulate now. Things manipulate a lot quicker because some of the equipment can really it's like taking a layer off, so it changes everything. And where before it was more of a guide. I mean, that's that type of thing. You might play mental tricks, but as far as and part of that mental trick would be sanding your ball and going out there and throwing it right where somebody else is playing. That didn't happen all that often, but it seems like it maybe happens a little more now.
Right.
It's good TV for that, though.
It's great TV. It's great for us to sit back and watch.
That.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. I wouldn't have been very happy if it happened to me, but.
It's like, if there was a pattern that the first couple of matches everybody's throwing resin, well, if I'm the 1 seed, maybe I'd get my fresh urethane ball out and just get loose, throw a couple shots, just, ball test.
We'll take a few layers out here
and
there. Yeah.
The heads look like they're a little too fresh. Let me take care of that for you guys.
Especially where they're laying it down, yeah.
Exactly.
That was a great direct shot there on 25. I'm not so sure 10 minutes ago, that ball was holding right there.
Probably not.
Yeah. A big spare, 3.6910 conversion, save count, and
the hardest non-split spare in the game.
Yeah. It's hard enough just to get the 3.6, 10 out, and then you got to get the 9.
Throw that 9 pin in there.
Nice double there. Good discipline on the bottom of the swing, staying behind it. And
yeah, close match between Riddle and Stevenson here on 25 and 26. The same, unfortunately, cannot be said between Austin Nelson and Wesley Boyd. Wesley Boyd, the 3 seed for Indiana, his 4th split of the game.
Just 4.7, 4.79. Youch. That looked good. That was a good shot.
I think he's found the pocket once this game, maybe twice if you include the high flush 4.79. He's down quite a bit to his opponent's Austin Nelson.
Boy, that was a nice backup ball there. I'll tell you that. It's hard to explain how hard that is to do to be a two-hander like that, one direction right hand, then try to throw a backup ball the other way. That sounds like a possibility of a broken wrist for me if I was trying to figure that one out.
Yeah, I crossed with Simonson at the Inside Bowling Open up at Western Bowl a couple years ago, and he was just struggling on the right side, and he said, screw it. And he went back up for the last 2 games. I don't remember him shooting anything phenomenal, but he was shooting better than he was on the right side.
But that's a good point to how strong of a mental game he's got to be able to go up there and do that and feel confident that he can do that. It's one thing to do it once or twice, but it's another thing to be able to move as your A game that.
Right. The closest thing I ever did to that was I was bowling the Open Championships probably 7 or 8 years ago, and I think we bowled doubles first. And I shot 620, 630, but I didn't like my look. So for singles, I went two-handed and shot clean 730.
And that was a good call, too. Yeah, that's a good call, yeah.
And the best part about that is we got done. I was thrilled with what I did.
Exactly.
And one of the guys in our group, actually a guy by the name of Doug Barker, who was instrumental in the youth bowling in Louisville for the early 2000s, both here at Dixie Bowl and at their sister house, Ken Bowl. Doug was the guy that put our group together, and he came to me after we got done. He said, by the way, I bought the video package of that, so I've got video. I've got proof of it.
That's awesome.
That's pretty cool for me.
That's very neat. Yeah, what a great 730 there is great no matter what and how you throw it. That's awesome. And I assume brackets were parlayed in there a little bit?
The bracket play wasn't bad.
Yeah, there you go.
That was a good day.
Good, yeah.
The 630 wasn't bad.
I was going to say, those can work as well.
Yeah, that was a good bracket night.
Yeah.
Of course, that was in Reno, so we had to walk over to the Sands. You had to walk 5 blocks, 3 in the morning in Reno, carrying.
Yeah, that's not always good.
A lot of cash on you.
I hear you on that.
But we had a group
to go with people. Yeah.
We had a group about 10 of us. Yeah.
Yeah, you got to go with people.
Oh yeah.
That should be a tip. That should be one of those. They probably don't want to advertise that, but that's probably a pretty good tip.
Well, it's a good thing they do payouts on site now.
Yeah.
Well, 2 of our bowlers over on 21 and 22, Brandon Padgett and Adam Olnick tied first game, so they have a de facto 1-game roll-off now.
And shooting 161, you got to feel like that's a good push there if you got that, if you're part of that.
Yeah.
Take that and run, yeah. Although there you see one had a 9 miss in the 10th, and the other one had 5 and 2, so there was opportunities for both to win that one.
Riddle with a strike in the fill, 177. Stevenson can spare here to have an 8-pin lead or catch the double to put his lead into the double digits. Is it going to hold? Not even close.
A lot of backhand.
Over on lane 22, who was that? That was Trey Simmons. Just breaks down the 4-6 of the big four into a strike and continues his string. He had three-bagger going into it.
Right. That's a big push there. That's a good continuation there.
So 185 for Stevenson to his opponent's 177. Directly in front of us, but not on camera, Austin Tungate for Kentucky, 219 to A.J. McCord's 194. And then just below them, let's see, Connor Woosley shoots 139. And Hunter Verhey can punch out for 57, 157.
And this is a perfect example of the format, where you've got the loser of the first match or the first game, on top shooting 194 with a loss and would have beat both players on the bottom. So that is the format that some people hate and some people like. So it's all head-to-head.
And it's tough when you're shooting, a $190 and you're down 25, and you see scores around you. You're like,
won by 50.
Yeah, I'd have been up by 50 or 60. Yeah. Like, really?
Yeah.
How'd I draw this guy?
And that's why you don't look at the scoreboard very often, right?
See, I've always been a player who I want to know the scores.
Do you?
Yeah. It's I don't remember it ever really bothering me.
Yeah.
It's just something. I'm a numbers guy. I mean, you see me tracking numbers here. I'm a stats guy. It's what I do. So yeah, I like to know the numbers. But if I shoot 150, I don't want to know the numbers. Don't tell me. Just walk away from me.
I figured I always needed a strike, so I was shooting for. And then, I almost lost a title once looking at the scoreboard. That's probably why I didn't do that. So, I only need 7 here. Well, usually if you only need 7 or only need 8, you can count on being 1 less than that. So
that's a really good point.
Yeah, it was just one of those things.
What title was that?
Do you remember? The 89 Masters.
Oh, just a major.
Yeah, just a big one. Yeah. So I needed like 8 on my first ball. I got 136. So then I needed 2. I barely hit the head pin and got the 1-3. So it was like, okay. And so that was one of those things where I thought, here's a learn. Take this as a learning moment, and no longer do the safe game. The safe game's a strike usually. So it's one thing if you're playing the 1-2 board, then and you only need 8, then you might think about just throwing something up the middle.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
You gotta know the situation and where you're at. Still back in strong, boy, I'll tell you. Oh. Boy, you just hate to give away those single pins.
Yeah, especially when you're only up 11.
Yeah.
Which is unfortunately what Trey Simmons just did.
Yeah.
Actually, Simmons is down 11. My fault. He shot $180. Hayes had 192.
Nice shot there.
So what's your mindset? You're in a 2-game total pinfall match and you're down 40 after game 1. On a tough condition like this, how are you looking at game 2?
We obviously don't want to give away anything, misses or that, but anything you can get out in front end to start letting your opponent know you're still in this, and you're gonna, you want to make them start to think a little bit, maybe take them out of their game a bit. As much as I don't like playing mental games, you're just trying to send a message that you're still here, and and when they're tough like this, a double and an open by your opponent, wow, that 40 pins is now disintegrated. So those are the things that you try to do. At least hit the pocket to let them know you're there, because as we've seen, there's 5-count splits, there's 5-count counts. I mean, anything can turn these things around in a second. Or a Brooklyn on a strike, and all of a sudden you got a double. So. But the last thing you want to do is give them an opportunity, continue to let them build their lead.
I joked about gamesmanship earlier, and you just made a comment about mental games. It's kind of hard to do when you've got 4 on a pair and everybody's going, because there's a lot of commotion.
Yeah.
But when it's more, we get into the later rounds and it's 1 match per pair, and maybe there's 1 pair between each match, and you're a little more
and your
away from everybody.
Your opponent's watching.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Is that something throughout your career that you would practice a little bit or not? Because a lot of guys are one or the other.
Yeah. I mean, I think that the more I think your confidence shows outwardly, especially how your body language is out there. Whether it's a good break, smack your hands, you maybe running out a couple lanes. I mean, those were all things I did not to send a message, but more for me to keep myself into it. Yeah, but they do send that message to your opponent that, hey, he's there, he's here, he's in it, and he's coming. Because if you're just trying to hang on, anytime you're just trying to hang on, like I said, whether it goes to the count and trying to get 8 when you need 8, or is trying to hang into a match to hang on, boy, that big 4 pops up, or it's a blowout 7-10, something's going to be there. You're going to let it back in. Now, there are other people that give you the, I've bowled on shows before where I had somebody said, hey, did you see that dartboard at about 30 feet? And it's like, oh, hey, okay, good. Those are the things they're just trying to get you out of your thinking. One time before a match in Peoria, I had a gentleman tell me, it was the coach for the guy I was bowling. He said, wow, I really like what you're doing on your power step. I said, oh, wow, is that like, do you breathe in or out on your first step?
Yeah.
Oh, no, we're not doing okay. It's funny because you can usually see right through those things.
What do you do with your balance arm when you're bowling?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, why do you tuck your pinky? It's stuff like that. It's just like.
I had a friend of mine. We came out out of youth together. Our first adult bowling experience. A guy came up to him and says, man, I can't believe how close you slide to the foul line.
That'll do it.
It was in his mind the whole rest of the night.
Yeah, that'll do it. That's a good one.
Wow.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Me, I don't have to worry about that. I just stop about a foot behind the line. So. But, yeah, those little things like that are, they are big. Those things are just subconsciously you don't even think about until somebody plants the seed. We did that, too, at the, bowling action, just playing around and.
Well, that's a whole different animal right there, though.
It's hilarious, though. So we always had this one guy that always would slide like 2 inches over the foul line every time, And finally, the guy he's bowling against just leaves a 7-pin. He picks his ball off the rack, walks all the way down to the pin deck and throws it to 7-pin. Says, okay, are we going to abide by the foul line now or what? The fact that the guy was 6'4" to me would have been enough. He didn't need to walk all the way down there.
Exactly,
but,
yeah.
But it's just funny if you remember some of the things that people do. It's like, or the fact that, the guy was sliding across the foul line, so obviously it worked. He got in the guy's head, so. But, or that, a lot of times on tour, there'll be guys that leave their rosin bag down there or their towel, and people don't like that.
Well,
or they crinkle the bottle, right?
Well, one of the most famous ones, because I just stumbled on this on YouTube a couple days ago, is the match between it was Belmo and Weber, and Belmo kept leaving his towel on top of Weber's ball, and people's like, "Stop doing that! You don't do that! Stop doing that!"
Yeah, or after a while they just take the rosin bag and throw it about 5 or 6 pair down the other way, and then you kind of get the message, one way or the other. And those are all things, especially you may not have seen them on the show, but you'd see them in match play when there's just the crowd watching. So all that stuff would come out, and it's really kind of funny actually. But Oh.
Wow.
He's a shocked that I think I was. I don't think you can get that much of the head pin and not get the two.
Kind of a disastrous start to game 2 for both William Riddle and Bobby Stevenson. They are A and C on the pair we're watching now. 1 mark between them in their first 8 frames combined. Stevenson only with an 8-pin lead in the match.
Well, look, 6-1, 6-1, 6-1, the first 3 frames. Oh, there's
consistent.
Don't worry about a spare on that shot.
No.
Wow.
That's how you save an open
Good
right
shot.
there.
Yep.
Great shot from Riddle.
So he's got his, what are they, AirPods in his ears?
I guess he does, yeah.
Either music or, Del Ballard used to like the headsets and wear music and all that, or, listen to music and that, or.
My only fear for that is that the pace of the music would affect the pace of my
I agree
approach.
with you. I agree with you totally. Yeah. It's one thing that, or, it's interesting because, you've got to keep that intensity up so that you have the same amount of hit and things like that. You listen to the wrong music, like I said, wrong music, and it gets you to that mellow mode.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, you just kind of get flat at the bottom. You don't really catch it, and it's really difficult to stay. Consistency is everything. That's how you make moves. I mean, you make adjustments. You start making adjustments off bad shots, and you're in trouble.
Which you can never do.
No, it's easy to do too, but
it's very
can't
easy.
Do it. Yeah, especially when you're changing pair lanes. Okay, 2 questions. Is it the lane? Is it me?
Is it me? Yeah. That's why in a format where you're changing lanes in a block, and which most adult tournaments, multi-game qualifying, you are moving lanes.
Yeah.
Those first 2 shots on that next pair have to be arguably the 2 best shots of the game.
Yeah. And you also have where on tour it used to be some years you could and some years you couldn't, depending on what the rules were. But you're following somebody that throws the ball similar. Hey, what do they like? Okay, so do you tell them what they're like because you're in the same competition with them, or do they tell you that they're hooking and they're not? So it's like I was better off just taking my guess and just that way I knew which. Because now if you throw, that's the third thing you throw in there. Did they lie to me or not? So that's question 3.
Yeah, there is a small handful of people that I bowl with whose advice on that I would take.
Yeah, exactly. You had to know who you're getting your advice from.
Yeah. Anyone else, if someone asks me if they're coming to a pair and it's not someone that I like or a friend of mine, I'll tell them, I had them different.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah. Quick double off that 45 in the 4th.
And his opponent has yet to find the pocket this game. Bobby Stevenson in a world of hurt as he chops the 2-8 off the 5.
He's just got so much left kick in that ball in the back end.
Stevenson was our 4 seed from Indiana after shooting 584 in team event this morning.
You don't see a lot of confidence out there right now where the ball's going to end up.
No. No, if you had a majority of the players playing the same area of the lane, helping to break it down, they'd be better off.
Yeah.
But like we said, these medium patterns, you can play all over the lane, and that's exactly what they're doing.
Yeah. Oh, big shot. Haven't seen many of those scouts go across there, but that was one there on 27. I'll tell you, I'm not sure it's even worth throwing something that's going to hook at any spare out there right now. I think just hard and straight and something that's not going to hook.
I've told every kid that I've ever helped or coached or any camps I've worked at, if you're going to bowl at any competitive level, get a spare ball.
Yeah.
110%, get a spare ball. There are some players out there who can use a urethane ball as a spare ball.
Yeah.
I would tell them, look, if you're as good with urethane on spares as you are plastic, use urethane, but I'm going to suggest you get a plastic ball.
Because you definitely know what that ball's going to do.
Yes. That
looked nice.
Great shot there. That was from Wesley Boyd. Unfortunately, he is down 70 after game 1. And his opponent, 87 in the 5th, spare in the 6th. That's an 8-pin match.
He's going to need to bowl well and get help.
Yeah. I mean, he can punch out for 235. So his opponent just needs 166. And if his opponent marks out from this point, it's in the 180s. So certainly a couple of opens are possible.
Yeah.
But that's also counting on Boyd punching.
That's where you have to continue to throw strikes and put some heat on, you know.
Bring everyone up to date on the match that is right in front of us that we are not broadcasting. Austin Tungate from Kentucky had a 25-pin lead over A.J. McCord, but Tungate right now, 4 opens in 6 frames, has hit the pocket once. He's shooting the 1-2-4 on the left side of your screen. Almost chops it, but doesn't. He has 69 in the 6th with a mark in the 7th, and his opponent, A.J. McCord, has 102 in the 6th with a mark. So that's 25. That's a net lead for A.J. McCord right now. 8-pin lead for A.J. And then the bottom match on that pair, Connor Woosley, who just threw a gutter in front of us.
He's on a strike.
He was on a strike. If he had spared, it would have been a 11-pin game. But he's going to have to get this. He's going to have to get this spare. He's going to have to get this space with this strike.
I mean, that's probably the 9 times out of 10 you're not going to get it to where you wanted to go after that.
Yeah.
But,
I'm going to stay right here with Stevenson and Riddle because Stevenson's caught a double here in the 7th and 8th. He's up 8 after game 1, and it's a 15-pin match right now. So he's down 7 net. Needs a strike here, though, as his opponent did double the 8th, 9th. Can't get the love on the 4. Got the 7-10 out. Going to need some help on the 10th is Bobby Stevenson. Left side of your screen, great spare by Austin Tungate on the 3-6-9-10. He's down 11 to AJ.
wow.
Boyd again keeps striking. That's what he has to do.
Yeah, that ball looks pretty good. I mean, it's really tamed down the back. I mean, it looks like he's got a good angle right now. But he needs to keep going or he's going to be too late on that.
Down 70, Austin Nelson can almost punch his ticket to the next round if he just stays clean. Oh, Stevenson missed that 4-pin in the 9th.
Yeah.
Oh.
Missed it to the left by a lot.
Well, his tournament is done.
Uh-oh. There's the 10-pin miss.
Wesley Boyd is still alive. If he doubles.
And that's the pressure. I mean, you can just see the pressure because now, you know, the team event this morning, you're scoring. You're just going to now you're seeing it visually in front of you what the score is. So creates a lot more pressure.
Oh, man. That 4-pin miss for Stevenson was huge. If he had made that, he could have doubled the 10th to defeat William Riddle. Riddle opens the 10th for 152. The best Stevenson can do 142, and he was only up 8. So Stevenson out, Riddle will move on. Nelson, a mark in the 10th, and good count will shut out the 4 seed from Indiana Boyd and trips the 6 forward on the Brooklyn. Keep it on the lane the next 2 shots, and you're going to advance, young man.
Yeah, the score is really immaterial except for the fact that it's got to be more than the other person, more than your opponent. So, as long as you win your match, that's the key. Nice shot there.
I'd rather have the second lowest score in the building and beat the lowest score than have the second highest and lose to the highest.
Yeah, you're moving forward in that case.
Yep. Well, a great bounce back game for Wesley Boyd. What that shows a lot of character in that young man.
Yeah, he did everything he could and what he was supposed to do to get back in this one, and almost did.
His opponent missed a couple of single pins and was starting to let him back in it, but Nelson steps up.
Yeah.
Somebody getting pretty jacked up over on 27 and 28. Who might that be? A on 20. Oh, it's Wesley Gazelle. Okay, I know Wesley. That doesn't surprise me. Wesley's a fun, energetic young man to watch bowl. We'll flip over momentarily to 21 and 22 as they're wrapping up their matches over there. After tying at 161, Brandon Padgett fires off 151. Olnick already with the match won as he strikes second shot in the 10th. And the match below them, Trey Simmons was down 11 to David Hayes coming into this game. Simmons only throws 2 strikes, paired with 2 opens this game. Clean the back 5, but it's not going to matter. 170 on there for him. Hayes already at 162 with his strike in the 9th, so that match done as well.
Well, you were correct.
I told you.
You were correct. When you draw attention like that, you do it. I mean, you have to. Your ball has to back you up, and so far that's the case.
I talked about Wesley Gazelle over there.
Yeah.
I don't know what they did game 1, but he can punch for 49. Best his opponent can do is 218.
Yeah. Yeah, you have to be willing to accept the eyeballs on you when you're and that's fine. I have no trouble with that at all.
What's it? What'd I get wrong? Yeah. Yeah. So Austin Tungate, Connor Woolsey, this is right in front of us. Looks like he is going to be out.
The Sperry's on the 160s this game.
Yeah, he was down 7. Best he can do is 169. Opponent already at 167. And most of the matches finishing up now. A lot of the girls are done as well. So once they bring us an updated bracket, we will kind of let you know how all the higher seeds did, if there were any upsets in the bracket, and get you set for the second round of match play.
We're starting to see a couple of the players who struggled really early in that first game and starting to have a look now here late in the game. Now, whether they're going to be able to advance or not is another story, but you can start to see some angles that start to look a little more predictable.
Mm-hmm.
You can almost always expect, upsets, right? Almost always.
Well, we saw it, right next door.
Yeah.
With the 3 seed with Wesley Boyd, losing his match. We saw it also with Bobby Stevenson, the 4 seed for Indiana, losing his match on the same pair. That's why people love March Madness.
Oh, yeah, exactly. Unpredictability.
All right, well, Mike and I are going to just step away for a second, take the headphones off, but we'll be back with round 2 of the singles portion of the 24th annual Indiana-Kentucky All-Star Tournament here on Savage Bowling TV. All right, back here for round 2 of the singles portion of the 2021 Kentucky-Indiana All-Star Tournament. And I have the advancers in front of me, but I don't have a bracket, so I'm going to have to kind of look and see. I do know that we've lost Caden Russell, the 1 seed out of Indiana, lost to the 16 seed of Kentucky, Daniel Lyons III. So a big upset there. The 1 seed for Kentucky, Charlie Smith, was able to win his match, so he advanced to this round. And then looking at the girls' bracket, looks like the 1 seed from Indiana, Krista Gwynn, won her match, and the 1 seed from Kentucky, Paige France, won her match as well. So 3 of the 4 1 seeds are still alive, but the big upset of the first round, Caden Russell out, losing to the 16 seed Daniel Lyons.
Yeah, that's an amazing loss. You know, Caden very talented, and we weren't able to see how he bowled, but you know, that's a big victory for the 16 seed.
Yes. Yep, in front of us here on 21 and 22, we do have the girls back down here. Renelle Alunde versus Tandis O'Neill. Renelle from Kentucky. Tandis, as you see in front of us, the Indiana outline on the back of her jersey kind of gives that away, as does the color. And on our other featured pair, we have another Kentucky-Indiana matchup between Madison White and Hannah Hackworth.
So Kentucky wears the Wildcat blue. Is that how that works? And Indiana wears the Louisville red, or is that?
Well, they got purple on it. It's not blue.
I'm colorblind.
Although on the
I'm colorblind.
On the plaques, on the trophies, Kentucky does have
just
the blue
a small
color.
jab at you.
Yeah. It's a nice red shirt you're wearing there, by the way,
thanks.
Mike.
I lucked out. I made the right choice in color, I guess, today, right?
So on the girls' side, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I think we're pretty evenly split between purple and red down there. So one state didn't dominate over the other. And match play doesn't look like. For the boys, I'm seeing similar. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I've seen at least 8 purple shirts for Kentucky. So a pretty even split throughout the first round of singles.
And no practice on the pairs. They just
correct.
Go and start first frame counts. Once it's out of your hand, it counts. So these first couple frames will be interesting to see how they figure them out from where they've just come from, what pair of lanes they came from. So.
Well, especially the lower rev rates of the girls coming down to the higher rev rates of the boys.
Yeah.
How, you know, these pairs are going to be presumably night and day different from what the girls just came off of. And then you would think the boys are going to go see something a little bit tighter than what they were expecting, or maybe even what they saw by the end of their game, too. And the pair right in front of us, not on the broadcast, but off to the sides of your screen, 2 Indiana players. Looks like we've got Lori Bowerly and Megan Kennedy.
And Megan Kennedy with the front 3.
Like Hannah's throwing an Emerald IQ, I believe. Right down 11-12, and that ball just sits there, flat 10.
Had an opportunity to strike with that one, right in play, and those are the ones early on in that when you make that move to the next pair, that's you'll take that all day.
I believe
a predictable shot.
I believe. Sorry to interrupt.
I
believe Hannah was the runner-up in 2019. You have that there. I remember her from our telecast, and on our Facebook page, we put a post that we were going to be here earlier in the week, and I can't believe how many people were cheering this girl on.
Let's pull up 2019. Let's see how right or wrong she was. She was the #1 seed in the stepladder last year, the only player to go plus for her 6 games leading up to the stepladder. And then Chelsea Gines defeated her 182 to 178 in the finals.
Interesting, on 25 and 26, they're just alternating lanes where some of the other are doing the pro style, you know,
the pro match play.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Megan Kennedy off to the left of your screen, shooting the ever-popular 1.578. One of those sport shot leaves that you never see on a house shot, but you'll see it on patterns like this.
And she had the front four in front of that.
Look at Madison White down a little bit to last year's runner-up. A strike here, pull her closer.
Beautiful shot.
Great shot there from White. Double thumbs up and a smile coming off the approach, looking back at family or friends.
Those are two good shots back to back.
Now, Madison being a lefty, she's not going to see anywhere near as much traffic on the left side of the lane, something that you can speak to.
Very few lefties today. Yeah,
how were you able to combat that? Just not having as much traffic on your side of the lane, patterns don't break down as quick, if much at all. You know, how do you stay competitive fighting that?
You know, it's one of those things that mentally, you know, going in what the scenario is going to be. And, you know, I always felt that for me, I mean, the left was never going to change a whole lot. So it really depended on how the right broke down to what amount you were going to have to play. Because, as you know, the right either broke down to a decent reaction or a horrible one. So,
right.
So on the left, you kind of kept playing to keep yourself in it and see which way it turned, you know. But it's always a challenge for either side in that respect. But the fresh early is what for me, I had to really, you know, play to find something I could stay close with.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't have a lot of ball speed, so the real sharp back ends would really, unless I could play the rollout perfect, I was
right.
And then if that worked, then I was good. It's a little quick. Got it inside her target a little bit.
Her opponent has been back-to-back opens, though, so a chance here for a mark in the 7th 10-pin lead for Madison here in Game 1.
The demeanor of the players, the girls, is so much different than the guys. I mean, they're just, you know, they seem to be much more enjoyed. The facial expressions are much more relaxed.
Positive.
Yeah.
You know, you all didn't see it on camera, but in front of us, Megan on the front four, I said she left that 1.578. After she left it, she just turned around kind of smiling, and I thought, I don't know that I ever would have smiled after leaving a 1.578.
That would not have been my
but
first
it's just,
reaction. Yeah,
it's a different approach to the game, and it's, you know, there's scientists say that, you know, girls mature faster than boys, and I think in this aspect we may be seeing a little bit of that.
Yeah, I agree with you.
You know, the girls can handle the bad shots a little better, and the boys might overreact a little bit.
They definitely wear their emotions on their sleeves sometimes.
And some wear it dead on the front of their shirts.
Good spare conversion, tennis.
Six-pin match here between O'Neill and Ulande.
we continue to watch and see those single pins missed, and it's just, and a lot of times it's equipment. A lot of times it's just the lack of, refocusing for that second shot after the first shot. And beautiful shot. Wow, solid 10. It's a good shot.
Back to what you were talking about.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to.
Yeah, I think you did that one.
I didn't mean to bring that up. But, that's one of those shots where it's, great shot on the first ball. It's just then it's just double times you when you miss the spare, too. It just makes it really hard. Light.
Get the head
That's
pin out?
farther
Nope.
than light.
Yeah.
It's farther than light.
That's almost one of those shots you beg the ball just stay out there.
Yeah.
Hit the 3 pin in the face, leave the 1-2-4.
Exactly. Don't try to fight your way back.
Yeah,
just
don't,
stay out there.
because you're not going to get there.
Yeah. I'll give it a run at it.
Maybe. Oh.
That was a good use of a spare ball, really. I mean, that she had an opportunity to give it a run with that, and knew where it was going to go when she let go of it. And those plastic balls, they're going to do the same thing every time, not hook. So you can, wherever you put it, that's where it's going to go.
You throw it the same, it's going to do the same.
Mm-hmm. I thought she was in the right part of the lane there too. It looked like she was going up the lane pretty well, and this boy just never grabbed, never read it.
Yeah, this pattern just looks like there's a little bit of a cliff on 5, 6, 7, and if you're playing 7, 8, 9 and you leak it right, it's not coming back.
Coming out of that, yeah. Let's go try at that. This is a a battle of attrition here, but it's a close match. They're both not lined up very well at this point, and it's going to be who can figure it out in the last 3 frames here, or 4 for Tanis.
Well, I'm looking just up and down this side of the house at the girls' scores, and it has nothing to do with talent or skill, but the scores are down, and I bet that's due in part to them jumping on top of the boys' lines.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of friction that's been created out there from the 8 games that were bowled on each pair by the boys.
Yeah, they've basically started another total tournament. That's like another bowling center for them.
With no practice.
Yeah, right, exactly. Yeah, you almost wish you could find somewhere safe to play just to hit the pocket, but it's not there.
It's not there.
There's not a spot like that.
I'll try and give you all
Nice
a
shot.
snapshot of what's going on as Ulande strikes there in the 8th. Looking at 19 and 20, Krista Quinn holds a slight lead over Maggie Coleman. We've covered Ulande and O'Neill right in front of us. Lori Bowerly, Megan Kennedy. Megan Kennedy with this game in hand. She can punch for 243. Lori can convert her spare for a 176. Off to our right on our second featured channel, Madison White and Hannah Hackworth. Both players can punch out for a 2-0, so it's a pretty tight match there. As you see Madison's ball far left of your screen with the swisher strike. To the right of them, we've got Mary Brooks and Abigail Bach. Abby Bach finished 4th in this event 2 years ago. And she has about a 30-pin lead, 30 to 40-pin lead right now through 8 frames. To the right of them, Campbell White and Grace McCack. Looks like Grace with about a 10-pin lead, and then I can't see the last 2 pair. Actually, they've just started game 2, so. But a bunch of Kentucky girls down there. Alexa Escamilla, Avery Reeves, Victoria Hines, and Paige France. Victoria's birthday today. Happy 18th birthday, Victoria. Well, certainly not how Megan Kennedy in front of us wanted to finish the game. Opens the 10th for 216, but she still has a 41-pin lead over her opponent. Hannah on the double splits the 10th, and then as we talked about, doesn't get count on that second shot, so it cost her a couple.
Twice. Yeah,
cost her a couple of pins. 163 for last year's runner-up. Yeah, so Hannah with 163. Madison opens the 10th as well, 166. So a couple close matches going on in front of us, and over to our first featured pair, O'Neill and Ulande. Renell strikes first shot in the 10th. She can double for the mid-150s, and Tandis can stay clean for low 160. So three very close matches right here in front of us.
And this one won't be decided until it's over here at the 10th frame. It's so close.
Great shot to start the game from
Beautiful
Hannah.
Shot. Beautiful shot. Nice shot by Candace there. It's first one in the 10th. Candace O'Neill shooting 170 that first game to 148. But yeah, we saw both had some difficulty in filling marks in the frame, so you know it could be very close here going into the next game. Candace O'Neill getting ready to start game 2 on lane 21. Shooting 170 the first game. Holding a slim 22-pin lead in her match.
Easy pickup.
It's a little bit insider target, but a great break crossing over for a strike on the first frame. It's Renelle Yonde getting ready to start this second game against her in her match against Candace.
All right, had to step away for a second, but I'm back. Did I miss anything?
No, we've got 22-pin lead by Candace here, and it's the first frame for Renelle. Same crossover that Candace. Candace was able to get that out of there and have a strike, but Renelle leaves a 6-pin. Every spare is going to be important in this match because it's only 22 pins separates the two. Good conversion.
Match right in front of us, Kennedy and Lori Bowerly. Lori doing everything she can to try and keep herself in this match. She's down 41 coming in, and her first 3 frames have been seven spare on a split, 6 spare on a split, and then a 7 spare in the third. So
yeah, some great conversions.
Yes.
Her dad, John Bowerly, has had some great tournaments out on the tour.
Oh, I didn't realize that was her dad.
Yeah.
Okay.
John Bowerly, and had some Open Championship experience. Has done very well. Great player, great guy, great family, yeah. And actually, she went to the same high school that I went to. So
how about that?
Yeah.
Which was?
Franklin Central High School.
Okay.
South side of Indy.
Great shot there from Ulande. Down 22 coming into this game. O'Neill starts with a double, so she's already trying to assert the dominance in the match and let her opponent know you're not going to catch up to me.
Yeah.
Which is exactly what you want to do in this type of situation if you have the lead. Oh, great shot there.
Yeah, very nice. Great touch. Anytime you see that 6-pin, as you know, hit that 10, you know you've thrown it pretty clean and got the most you could get out of that ball. You start carrying those, and it's going to be a good day.
It frees up that swing. Yeah. It opens up, opens up your mind because you're thinking, oh, I got away with that one. I've got that hit. If I keep throwing it as well as I am, I've got that hit in the bag.
Yeah. That and the trip 4, trip 6 for me. I just had the right angle going on it when that worked.
I was about to say, players who like to kind of play the hold, if they see they got that trip 4, it's almost game over if they can repeat shots and do what they do.
Yeah, Jason Couch used to give me a hard time about that. He'd always leave the 6, and then I'd trip the 6, and he, this and I said, hey, yours was just high. I mean. Oh. Three-pin
match here between White and Hackworth.
Oh, good shot.
Wrap 10 there for Hannah.
Yeah. And that's another one. If you see a shot like that, then you're thinking, oh my gosh, now I've got a bad angle a little bit because that 6 pin goes right around it.
I'd rather flat 10.
Good shot, but yeah.
I'd rather flat 10 than ring 10.
There's a good move for that one. Yeah,
yes.
That one is a tough one. What would you try to do for the like for corners like that?
For a ring 10 like that, I'd make a 1-0 left. I would just change the angle a little bit. I wouldn't do anything with my hand or my speed.
Did you ever try moving back?
I've never been a forward back guy. I know players do that.
I would do that a little bit, move back. Try not to, because as you know, you start trying to do too much, and then you lose the whole pocket, and then you're in trouble.
I once bowled with a guy in college. He threw a shot, it didn't strike, and rang a 10 pin. And next shot, he went up and dead flushed it. And I was like, hey, what move did you make? He goes, I went one step back and 2 boards over. I said, are we playing checkers or chess? Like, what are you talking about? You went back and you went.
Did you say, now I'm really confused?
Front to back and left to right? Yeah.
But once again, I guess if it puts you in the right mental frame of mind, that's part of it, right? If not a lot of it.
It's like I've never believed in half-board moves,
yeah.
But I know some guys that do them, and I've said for years, I think it's a mental thing. You tell yourself, I'm making this half-board move.
Yep. Yeah, you can definitely outthink yourself in this game.
Oh, yeah. Lord knows we've all been guilty of it at one point or another.
Boy, I'll tell you, yeah. That's why once it's out of hand, I forget about it because I'll drive myself nuts trying to retrace. It's like you can find one pin or pins, whatever you missed a cut by, you can find it every time. Yeah. That's a tough one. The 3-6-10's a tough one today.
And, it's like if you miss a cut by 1, you're not going to blame the ring 10 pin you left in the final shot. You're going to look at the washout that you picked off the 2-4 and left the 110.
Or all those fill balls for 24 or 48 games where you got 8 or 7. Yeah, those will. That's why you always play it all the way to the end, including that fill ball. Not only that, a lot of times, you would try to maybe make an adjustment, try something different. But that's only if you're trying to figure out something, make a move.
Right.
Because that 6 count is not going to be worth it in the end. Beautiful shot. Yeah, good conversion of that. Once again, using that spare ball, that's very key. As everybody can tell at home, this is not an easy shot.
No, it is not. No, you get rewarded for the good shots, and you're penalized for the bad shots. And even some of the good shots, you're not fully rewarded.
No, yeah.
Well, the match right in front of us, Megan Kennedy, a 41-pin lead. She has opened 3 times through 7 frames, but her opponent, Lori, has only hit the pocket a few times and has 2 opens herself. So Lori not doing what she needs to do as the game progresses to try and catch up to Megan.
Better hurry. Oh, it did.
It did hurry, leaving just a single pin.
Yeah. Looked a little right, but she got most of the lift on that one. Gave herself a chance on that one, for sure.
So the match we're watching right now is very close, but some of the matches, a player has a 40-pin lead after 1 game, and they're pretty much in the driver's seat 5 or 6 frames into game 2. At what point in that second game would you start trying something? Is there a point where okay, I've got the match in hand, or do you wait for it to be mathematically over?
Yeah, it's got to be mathematically for me, yeah. For me it is, yeah. I've seen too many things, turn. So, yeah, until it's all over, I'm not going to do that yet.
A couple good shots on the left side of your screen there from Lori Bowerly. It may, unfortunately, be a little bit too little too late. She can get to 196, which means Megan would have to shoot 154.
She's put herself in position if the possibility of she needs a little help, but
and that's why I was asking.
Yeah, no, yes, yeah.
Megan could look up before Lori's double and go, okay, I've got a pretty healthy lead.
Yeah,
I can try something. But then your opponent doubles, and all of a sudden, if you go open as Lori on the Megan blows the rack for a strike.
That's a message sender there by Megan.
Just need 9 pins to fill here in the 10th, so even then she can't try something. Because
you
try something in Greek church.
Yeah. Yeah, you don't want to leave any room out there if you don't need to. Because the players at this point in the tournament, they're here for a reason. So yeah, you don't want to leave any hope there.
That should be good. Yep, that was good. Megan Kennedy right in front of us will advance past her teammate from Indiana, Lori Bowerly. Now watching Madison White. It's still a 10-pin match. These two are just trading back and forth marks, strikes for spares. And I open my mouth.
Yeah, that's
and Madison comes in a little light.
367.
367. Every time I look at a left side split, I've got to do the pin conversion in my head.
Those just pop in memory banks for me. So same with start doing the right-handed ones. It's like, okay, I better slow this down before I get it wrong.
I'll announce the right-handed splits. You can announce the left-handed splits. There we go.
We'd rather not see any, but
I'm with you on that. Yeah.
No, I'm not going to get over there.
Like a handful of matches, 3 or 4 matches on the boys' side are done. Looks like 2 matches on the girls' side are done. So we're starting to near the end of round 2. 16 boys and 16 girls are left after this round. The math checks out. 8 boys and 8 girls will remain, and 1 more round until we hit our stepladder finals.
Nice shot. High flush on that one.
Now for the next round, the round of 8, the way the lane pairings work, they're going to be kind of transitioning away from our cameras. So we may turn a couple of cameras to get some long distance views, but I will have the wireless mic, and I'll be walking up and down the concourse kind of giving some updates for the viewers at home, just so you know who's ahead, what's going on, so you're not totally in the dark. And then the stepladder finals, boys will be on one channel and girls will be on the other, and it'll all be on the same pair. So you won't miss any action from the finals. Hackworth needs a mark here. A strike would be great. She's down 3 after game 1. A mark would give her a 2-pin lead. Going into the 10th, light 2-4-5-7. And the match on our other channel is getting to be a little bit interesting. O'Neill with a 22-pin lead after game 1. Just split left the 4-6. She's going to have 153 in the 8th. Her opponent has doubled the 6th and 7th, and if Rennell can continue striking, she can close that 22-pin gap. Meanwhile, Hackworth shooting the bucket, a part of the bucket, and converts it.
It's a big spare, big spare.
And as you mentioned, they're not doing the 1-2-2-2 match play format, so Madison's going to step right back up in the 10th.
Yeah.
And she can shut her opponent out. Madison punches out, shoots 180. The best that Hannah can do is 182, and Madison has a 3-pin lead. Crosses to the New York side for the strike. Far left of your screen, Rennell continues striking, trips the 4-3-bagger against O'Neill. Stay here for Madison's second shot.
This is a big spare right here. The count, 2-4-7 from Madison. That's going to hold her lead going in there and forcing some. Well, what's going to take in a 10?
Take a double from Hannah.
Yeah.
If Madison can convert this, if she gets 2, strike spare from Hannah would be a tie. If she got 1,
nice spare.
Doesn't matter. Covers all 3 with the ball.
Yeah. But the door is still open.
Yep, Hannah needs a double. As with most any runner-up performance, you always want to come back the next year and avenge yourself. Hannah needs a double here if she wants to continue to try and make that happen. Great
nice
shot.
Beautiful.
Far left of your screen, Rennell continues to strike.
Yeah, she's definitely eating into that lead now.
Rennell can max at 227. O'Neal is stepping up. She can punch for 213.
And that would be enough.
So Tandis needs a double to shut out her opponent. Anything less, and Underlay is going to step up with a chance. Far left of your screen.
Wow.
Pure, great
Beautiful
shot. Back to Hannah. Needs the second one. Looks on target. Oh, didn't roll the corner a little bit right.
And this is where that count by Madison in the 10th was big.
Yep.
Wow, what a tight match that one is.
Yep. At worst, Madison will advance by 1 pin over Hackworth. Now we've flipped over to O'Neal. A strike here will shut out her opponent. Looks good. Oh, looks really good. Oh, man.
2 shots in the 10th, yeah. Beautiful shots.
I can see why she won the Queens this year.
Yeah.
.209 effort there from O'Neal. Best that Ulande can do is 227, which would be 18. She was down 22 coming in. So great fight back here from Rennell. Just going to be too little, too late, unfortunately. Great shot there in the 10th.
Wow.
Dick Weber would be proud of the 4.57 wall shot right there.
That was textbook, yes. Oh, great finish here, though.
Yes. And it took them a game to get the pair figured out. They went 170-148, but they're going to put together 2.0-210 or 2.0-220 right here.
But Rennell, it shows the power of her mental game as well to still have, having 2 opens, this one being down 22 and is able to throw together a string like this at the end.
I mean, you look at it, she went open in the 3rd, 4th, and at that point her opponent had front 3.
Yeah. Yeah, big comeback.
And
great shot.
She's going to lose by no less than 4.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah, great finish. Good finish.
Yes, very good finish. I've never been a hugger at the end of a match. If somebody beats me, I'll shake their hand, and I don't want to hug you. Just beat me.
It depends which end of the hug you're on. If you're the winner, it's okay.
You're right. You're not wrong about that.
Yeah.
But that kind of goes to one of the things, and I was told this when I was still in youth leagues from the guys who had moved on before me, whether it were the adults ahead of me or kids from my generation that moved up before me. And I was told this, and I didn't know if I believed it or not, and then I learned it once I moved up. The camaraderie and the spirit of the game is so much more pure at the youth level.
Oh, yeah, I agree.
mean, I was so much better friends with a lot of guys then at tournaments than I am now.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a difference in your pocketbook and, making a living in just having a good time. And
that or a small scholarship
and
fund.
you haven't been to that point to where, it's here and there, high level to what you have to battle through. And there's something to be said about being young and naive.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, when I won my first title on tour, I'm 18, and it's just one of those things where first TV show, I had no idea.
Right.
You just go into it with your eyes wide open and you just let it kind of fall over you. And you beat Earl Anthony, and you just you don't really understand the whole what just happened.
Right.
And then as you start to understand what's happening, then it becomes more pressure and more things on you that you didn't realize before. So. Yeah, there's a lot to be said about that.
Well, and that's exactly what happened at my first junior gold. My first junior gold was 05 up in Indy. And I wanted to bowl 03 in St. Louis, and my dad said, you're not ready. I wanted to bowl 04 in Dallas. He said, you're not ready. And for Indy in 05, he said, you're finally ready. So I go up to junior gold, and all I knew it as was this big national tournament that a bunch of kids from Louisville went to bowl every year. I knew nothing about Junior Team USA. I knew nothing. I just knew it was sport patterns, long, medium, short, cut for a lot of match play on Friday. And I ended up finishing fourth in my first junior gold. I actually had to ask somebody, what is Junior Team USA? Because I was young, I was naive,
right,
I didn't have a clue.
Right, exactly.
The next year in Fort Lauderdale, I went to Team USA camp in May. We went to Mexico for a tournament in June, and then I had junior gold in Fort Lauderdale in July. And I show up on Sunday at the practice session, my Team USA jersey, my Team or polo, because we didn't have jerseys back then,
right.
the thick cotton polos.
Yep.
My Team USA jacket in Fort Lauderdale in Florida in July. I'm wearing a damn jacket because I'm Team USA.
Yeah.
And my first day of qualifying was awful. And Mom and Dad set me down, and they were like, look, we're going to go to the mall, because all I bought were Team USA shirts. He said, we're going to go to the mall. We're going to get you some polos that don't have your name, that don't have this Team USA stuff, because you're too wrapped up in the moment.
And there's more pressure on that, yeah.
And I ended up finishing the week very well, and I missed a team that year by 6 pins. So what I gave away on Monday probably what cost me.
Right.
But, I walked in first year naive. Bright lights didn't bother me, didn't know what was going on, made team.
Yeah, once
Second
you know
year,
the pitfalls, you're
all the pressure,
I agree totally.
So we'll step away for a hot minute and come back with the round of 8 for the boys and girls singles competition here at the 2021 Kentucky-Indiana All-Star Tournament from Dixie Bowl in Louisville, Kentucky. All right, so we have turned our cameras. Get my mic level up a little bit. There we go. We've turned the cameras off to the left and the right here for the third round of match play. Give you an idea of who is left for the girls. Maggie Coleman, the 9 seed from Kentucky, squaring off against Tandis O'Neill, the 4 seed for Indiana. Megan Kennedy, the Indiana 6 seed versus Madison White, the Indiana 7. Abby Bach, the Kentucky 7 seed versus Grace Mazak, the Indiana 3. And Alexa Escamilla, the Kentucky 4, versus Victoria Hines, the Kentucky 8. So none of the girls left in the event are double-digit seeds. They're all single-digit seeds, but are 1 and 2 for both states have been knocked out. On the boys' side, Adam Olnick, the Indiana 8 versus William Riddle, the Kentucky 13. Nathan Simpson, the Kentucky 11 versus Kyle Toyas, the Indiana 2. David Hayes, the Indiana 7 versus Austin Nelson, the Kentucky 14. And Robbie Oakleaf, the Kentucky 4 versus Devin Hooper, the Kentucky 8. So 3 double-digit seeds left for the boys. Top seeds both have been knocked out, Charlie Smith and Caden Russell, and only one of each state's top 4 are left. That is Toyas for Indiana, the 2 seed, and Oakleaf for Kentucky, the 4 seed. What we can see here on our screens, we're looking at the first matchup for the boys. That is William Riddle for Kentucky and Adam Olnick for Indiana. And then off to their left is Shannon and Kyle Toyas. Unfortunately, this round for the girls, we won't be able to see them. Our second camera is set up behind 21 and 22, and the furthest right they are is 9 and 10. So we will be focused on the boys for this round, but I'll be roaming up and down the concourse to give you updates from the girls' end as well as the far end of the boys. Pretty even split we have here, Mike. 4 Kentucky boys, 4 Indiana boys, and then 5 Kentucky girls and 3 Indiana girls. So no one state has gone away with this tournament in the singles portion so far.
Yeah, the biggest surprise is just the number 1 and 2 seeds gone. And that is a big surprise. There's some talented players up there at the top. Now no practice balls, right, Daniel, before they
Correct.
started? Once again, what a challenge.
Yep, both divisions flipped into the house again. The boys started on the high end, went down to the low end for round 2. Now they're back on the high end, and of course the girls flipped. They started on the low, went to the high, and now they're back on top before the boys were just in round 2.
Yeah, it seems like it's awful hard to get comfortable every time you start the next round.
And welcome to the magic of this tournament.
Yeah.
The last year that I bowled back in 2008, we were at Kingpin Lanes, which is a split house.
Oh.
So we were flipping not just, not ends of the building, we were flipping sides of the building. And the 2 sides of that house play very different from one another.
I don't think I've ever seen a 2-sided house that wasn't totally different. Is there a number of 2-handers, and comparatively how many are left, or what is it like on the boys side?
Well, I can walk away from where I'm at because I know there's none on the girls side. There are a couple of young 2-handed females in the city of Louisville. Neither one of them made the All-Star team this year, but we do have a couple. Well, let's see. There might be two left on the boys' side.
Yeah.
I think so.
I would expect, but I think the demanding shot making right now, it kind of lends to, just one-handed. Just because there's the violent reaction on the back end is.
Yeah, I mean the two-handed style allows players to overpower the pattern, but this is not a pattern that can be overpowered. You want more finesse on this.
And carry your Brooklyns.
And carry you need to carry those high flush Brooklyns.
You need some help. Yeah, you need some help. And it's really not a joke. You really want to be able to get some breaks and back it up with something good behind it.
Candace O'Neill has continued her striking ways here in her first match. She's winning spare split three-bagger, her opponent with 3 opens in a row. So O'Neill, with this first game in hand halfway through.
She's been bowling very well.
Yes, she has. As has Megan Kennedy. Megan open spare three-bagger, while her opponent also has 3 opens in a row. So both O'Neill and Kennedy, who showed at the Queens to be the cream of the crop.
I see Madison White down here. Looks like she's coming down for another bowling ball, so going to try a change, it looks like.
Actually, I'm going to reverse everything I just said because I was looking at the wrong lane pairings. Funnily enough, though, both players I mentioned are striking on their respective pairs just in different ways than I announced. Each match down here, one player has a commanding lead halfway through. Down on 3 and 4, Victoria Hines with a 4-bagger as her opponent has opened 4 times in a row. On 5 and 6, it is Abby Bach with 3 in a row as she splits here in the 7th, but 3 in a row. Opponent with 3 opens in a row.
Wrong kind of strings, right?
Correct. Megan Kennedy had went spare 5-bagger before an open in the 7th. Her opponent, Madison White, made the ball change and just crossed over for a 4-pin. And then Candace O'Neill clean through 5, double in the 4th and 5th. Her opponent with a couple of opens in the 4th. So still early, but a lot of opens by some players down there and a lot of strikes by their opponents.
Yeah, it seems like the matches are going the wrong direction.
Half the field is not where they want to be down in the girls' end right now. For the boys' end, the girls are striking more. Let's just put it that way. You all can see that from this first match here between Olnick and Riddle. Just 4 strikes between them in their first 13 frames combined. The match off to their right, Nathan Shannon and Kyle Toyas. Shannon up in the 8th right here. Steps it off. Brooklyn carried it, though. Kyle had a 3-bagger before missing a single pin in the 8th frame. To the right of them, the Wichita State product, David Hayes. 1 open, no doubles against Austin Nelson, who has went spare double. So Nelson with a lead in that match halfway through. And then on the far end, Robbie Oakleaf with a double in the 7th, 8th, following a bunch of opens in the 3rd, 4th, 5th, and it looks like 6th against his opponent, Devin Hooper, who's caught a double in the 8th and 9th and looks to be clean -1 open in the 2nd. And Hooper cross and carry on the Brooklyn side.
Some solid physical games out there right now we're watching. I mean, it just get to the line very well, and it's just it's a demanding condition. It's hard to have confidence out there.
It is when your ball's doing, different things. Yeah. When it feels like you're making the same shot and the ball's doing something different, it's very hard to be loose and have confidence that it's going to do the same thing twice. Warner back down to the girls' end. Victoria Hines with a 55-pin lead as both players are stepping up in the 9th. Grace Mazak with a 20-pin lead over Abby Bach. Madison White trails Megan Kennedy by about 60, depending on her count on this spare that she's shooting. And it looks like Candace O'Neill with roughly a 50 to 60 pin lead in her match through 8 or 9 frames.
Boy, 50, 60 pins in a 2-game match, that is a hard amount to come back from in one game. But
yeah, and we've
seen it. I mean, it can happen.
A lot of girls down there are facing 30, 40, 50, 60 pin deficits, and game one's not even over yet. So it could swing back their way. That deficit could close to 20 or 30, but it could also go the other way and be 70 or 80. Couple of matches down on the boys' end are through one game. Nathan Shannon, 172. Kyle Toyas, 168. So a 4-pin lead there for the 11 seed out of Kentucky. And on the far end of the house, Robbie Oakley, 202 against teammate Devin Hooper's 194. So an 8-pin match down there. Wichita State product David Hayes can punch for 203, but his opponent, Austin Nelson, has a 4-bagger. Through the 5th and 8th frames, he is looking at a potential 268 out there. Make that a 5-bagger as the scoring system was on a little bit of a delay. So Nelson's going to step up in the 10th with a chance to double for 268.
We haven't seen a game like that since a team, I don't think.
We have not. not that we were made aware of.
Yeah.
.173 there for William Riddle. And looks like Olnick is going to be in the 140s.
It's a tough spare left. 136.10.
That is the picket fence. Great spare. Great spare.
Yeah, you take that on the other side. I'll take that anytime if you're going to get that. Last thing he needed is give up another 10 pins.
Yeah.
He's going to a ball change. With shooting in the 140s, probably a good call.
And shooting in the 140s and only being 20-ish.
Yeah.
That's not a bad position to be in.
Yeah, you hate to give up count, but boy, it's time to see what else is going to happen out there. Although sometimes it can confuse you, so there's a 6-count washout. So, you know, he's got a ball that was hooking way too much on the back end, and now one that just never made the corner. Challenging match here now.
It's like Nelson, 5-pin in the 10th, so he can get to 247. Best Hayes can do is 203. It's like down the girls' end, Tandis O'Neill, 212. And her opponent, Maggie Coleman, 144.
Ooh.
All three other matches down here have already moved on to the second game, but I do know that Megan Kennedy, Abby Bach, and Victoria Hines all had pretty sizable leads going into the ninth.
Well, 240, that game was one of the big games we've seen in the singles event so far. Not a lot of scores, but, you know, the games are close. Everybody has a chance. And we're getting down to the point where, down to the top round of 8 here, that the bowlers who are out here now, they kind of know what the lane conditions are doing. They're still not shooting big scores, so it's a grind out. It's grueling, and try to make your spares and keep your count up and catch a break here or there, and you can move on. Kyle Toyos of Indiana coming with 3-bagger right out of the gate here in game 2. Don't see many scouts either right now. We're at the point now where the matches are close, and you can tell the pressure out there on all the bowlers. They're kind of just not a lot of running out shots or reacting at this moment. They're just kind of keeping themselves tight. They're probably getting a little tired as well. A lot of games between the team event this morning, and here we are in the afternoon now on the singles. And plus, there's a lot of pressure mentally for the bowlers to be out there in these matches, you know, head-to-head 2-game matches, and single elimination, knowing you don't have a chance to come back if you get to a loser's bracket. There isn't one now, so it's just a single elimination 2-game match.
And like you said, there's not a lot of celebrating or running out shots. At this point, you need to kind of internalize everything.
Yeah, you kind of conserve, and you keep thinking, and because you're not done yet.
No, and Dad would preach this to me when I was younger. Dad preaches it to me now because he's my dad and he's my coach and he's my parent. But any effort and any emotion and energy you use reacting is energy you can't use on the next shot.
Right. That's exactly right.
It's wasted energy that does no good.
And as you get the later in the day, you're going to be a little more tired. Even if you're young, it doesn't matter. You're going to not be doing the same thing you did an hour ago because of that, you know. So you do have to pay attention to what you're doing. And, you know, for me, I would sit down and save my energy sitting down and not standing up the whole time and things like that. Especially the older you get, you kind of, like you said, you conserve yourself and pace yourself. And
well, what I've kind of found, and I've always thought, is that, you know, the young kids, they're healthy. They can, you know,
and they don't think about it.
AAU basketball teams, they'll play 6 games in a day. You know, these kids can handle a lot.
Yeah.
But it's more mental being tired mentally for these kids. And as you get older, your mental game gets better, but then your body isn't as young as it was 20 years ago. And
you got to continue to refigure it.
There's, I've always been told that for the most part, bowlers, their sweet spot is their early 30s to their early to mid 40s. That's where you're still healthy, everything's working right, your stamina's good, but you're mental. You've got years of experience, and so you're mentally strong. It's as you hit that mid 40s that stuff starts to slow down, and your mental game might get stronger, but the legs just aren't
There's
there.
some compensation you got to do.
Back's not there. Yeah.
Yeah. In the team event this morning, I mean, you're out there with your teammates, and you're getting things going, and you're as a group. But boy, when you're out there in a single elimination match by yourself, there's a lot of pressure, a lot of weight on you to do well and to perform.
And you can tell which players thrive on that type of pressure and which ones don't.
And there's a big difference, It's just if you want to be that person with the ball in your hand to win the match, or you just want to sit on the bench and win one that way, it's a big difference. It's much more rewarding when it's in your hand.
Yes, very much so.
But it's not less pressure that way.
Right. So let's walk down, see what's going on the girls' side. That's 3 and 4, Escamilla and Hines. Looks like they are pretty even through about 4 frames. Victoria with a small lead after game 1. On 5 and 6, looks like Abby Bach and Grace Mazak. Abby with a slight lead through 3 frames in the game, and she led after game 1 as well. Stop me if you've heard this before. Megan Kennedy striking. 4 of the first 5. Her opponent, Madison White, strike, spare, strike. So keeping herself in it, but Megan had a 50 to 60 pin lead going into the 9th and 10th last game. So if you just assume that stayed par, she's got a pretty healthy lead in this match with 6 frames to go. And then Tandis O'Neill has went strike, spare. Her opponent, spare, open. And O'Neill, 8 pin lead.
Yeah, by continuing to mark Tandis, I mean, she's forcing her opponent to strike, and that's obviously not happening.
Well, one match for the boys is already over. Devin Hooper is going to shoot 194-192. Robbie Oakleaf went 202 the first game, and he can open in the 10th for 220.
Oh, wow.
So Robbie Oakleaf is going to win that match.
Good match.
And advance to the step ladder. Flat 10 first shot in the 10th, doesn't matter. Could have doubled for 50s. He's going to mark for 30.
He's been solid all day, even from the team event. He was solid.
He was the 4 seed coming out of team event. Shot 6-0. And if it weren't for a couple of opens in the 10th, game 2 and 3, one of those on a double, Robbie.
Yep, that's right.
But, let's say he doesn't open. Let's say he does double one of those 10ths. He's a higher seed. Maybe he runs into a different opponent.
It changes the whole thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's definitely a guy you didn't want to meet today in the match play.
No. Olnick right here in front of us. Flags by a 2-pin. He was down 33 after game 1. 4 opens in the last 5 frames. His opponent clean through 6. Riddle's looking pretty healthy to advance. That would give us 2 Kentucky boys.
Good shot.
Looking at Shannon and Toyas. Shannon 2 strikes this game, no doubles, 1 open. He was up 4 on his opponent, Kyle Toyas, but Toyas 6 of the first 7. So Toyas in the driver's seat in that match. And then our 4th match on the boys' side, Hayes and Nelson are just in their 2nd frame. I didn't catch the end. I know Nelson shot 240. Yeah. I didn't see if Hayes doubled because he could have punched for 2-0. I didn't see what he did.
That's still a lot of pins to make up in that match.
It is. Down on the girls' end, Victoria Hines had a decent lead after game 1, but she's run into a little bit of trouble here. Looks like 2 opens in the game, no doubles. She throws a shot here in the 7th. She liked it, high flush strike, but her opponent 4 spares in a row, followed by a 3-bagger.
That's a good string.
Abby Bach led over Mazak after game 1, and she leads in this game. 26 pins ahead of Mazak through 4 frames, just in this game alone. So Abby Bach looking good in her match. Looks like a slight of a little bit of lane breakdown between with Megan Kennedy and Madison White, so they're still in the 5th frame from what I reported a few minutes ago. And then Tandis in a little bit of trouble. Strikes, spare, count open, spared the 5th. Her opponent, spare open, 3-bagger. The good thing for Tandis is she did have a 70-pin lead, and she just, I think you're was watching her. She just dropped the ball.
Yeah, that's exactly what it was. I didn't see anything like that. Yeah, she dropped it at the bottom of her swing.
Yeah, went straight into the lane and down in the gutter. So
yeah,
that 68-pin lead could be in a little bit of jeopardy right now.
Well, that just changed your whole thinking when something like that happens.
Yep.
You know, you're in a good groove, kind of getting things going. Then that will just take you right out of it. And she wiped her thumb off. She's still fidgeting a little bit with the thumb hole. Looks like it could be perspiration, could be anything, but she fell right out of that ball. I was afraid it was going to hit her in the foot. I mean, she lost it that far behind her swing. Oh, she come through that good.
I think she went Brooklyn, but it carried.
Yeah, that.
So she converted the spare.
Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah, that's a good break there. Those ones will definitely make you think about it when something like that happens to you. I've had grips come out in the middle. You see your ball's going down there and the thumb grip's sticking out, and you think, gosh, don't hit it. It kicks it to the left. Yeah, that'll make you think.
For the boys, Riddle is going to advance over Olnick. And Toyas.
5-bagger for Riddle.
Yep, Toyas is going to advance over Kyle Shannon. Or excuse me, Nathan Shannon. Now clapping you here is the contingent following Mr. Austin Nelson.
That was a double for him.
He's went spare double. His opponent, David Hayes, spare double split. Austin had 240 first game. Hayes could have punched the 10th for 2-0, marked for 180, or opened for 170.
With the group left, I would say it's anybody's championship. I mean, there's just nothing that lets you think somebody's just got lined up better than somebody else. You can't just rear back and throw. And you can't just finesse. It's just nobody seems to be as consistent as you can be. And if you find consistency and you're shooting little 200s, there's somebody every now and then that shoots 230. So, yeah, that may not get you by either.
On this match between O'Neill and Maggie Coleman has flipped once again. As I reported that, Tandis had an open, her opponent had a 3-bagger, and then Tandis dropped it and put it in the gutter. She spared that, struck on the next shot, and her opponent promptly went open.
Oh, wow. sounded like you have the opening to get back in there, and then you get a couple opens.
Great shot here from Tandis in the 8th to double in the 7th and 8th. Best her opponent can do is 213.
Yeah, Tandis not letting that ball slip out of her hand affect her too much. It's amazing.
Nope. Maggie strikes in the 8th, so she needs to shoot 213, and that would force Tandis to only get to a 144. She's got 90 in the 6th with a double in the 7th and 8th. The match next to them, Madison White and Megan Kennedy. Megan with an open in the 6th, but she holds a 20-pin lead in the game. And she had a lead after game 1 as well. Looks like Hines and Escamilla are done. Trying to read body language to see. I think Hines, I think the birthday girl advanced. She did. Victoria Hines advanced past Escamilla. Abby Bach, 3 opens in the last 4 frames. She's going to step up in the 10th, trailing in the game, ahead after game 1 over Mazak. So that's going to come down to the 10th frame. Madison White just opened in the 8th frame against Megan Kennedy, so Megan in the driver's seat in that match, more so than she was 5 minutes ago. And Maggie Coleman missed. Maggie Coleman did not strike in the 8th. Tandis O'Neill marked the 9th, so Tandis O'Neill is going to win that match. So that's confirmed 1 Indiana and 1 Kentucky girl in the stepladder.
David Hayes down there with 3 in a row now after that open. He's got some catching up still to do for sure if he's going to get in there.
Yeah, Nelson's spares in the 6th and 7th. Does he like it? He does. He should. Boom, boom. And just that, his demeanor on the lane, that's a Wichita State player.
Yeah.
Not a lot of slapping out and cheering, and he posts the shot, watches the strike, just turns around, walks off, high-fived somebody, but that was it.
Still work to do, yeah.
Austin.
Big break.
Crossover Brooklyn, I believe, but a strike is a strike.
This is where they're the only 2 boys left bowling, so this is where that pressure comes in.
Everybody's watching.
Yeah, everybody's back there. Yep. Everybody's watching except for the group that's just outside of that, and they think that they're not within earshot, but you can hear it if you're not really into it down there. So it makes it's even more difficult there. And here's the shot.
Great shot there.
Great comeback.
Puts a great shot on a great break.
Yep.
So he can punch for 250. Hayes can do the same, but Hayes is facing a deficit. Just don't know how much.
David Hayes, 9th frame, 4 in a row. Big shot. Breaks high, leaving just the 3-pin, I believe. We're just a little bit out of eyesight of that corner with the 7 would be, but I think it's just the 3. It's just the 3.
Yeah, we're looking at, looks like 235 max score for David Hayes and a 250, 256 max score for Austin Nelson. But Austin had at least a 40-pin lead coming in, so this match is over. It was kind of those moments where I was second guessing myself because
I'm with you on that.
David was taking a little more time than I thought you would take in a match that was over, and the crowd was cheering louder than I thought they would cheer in a match that was over. But yeah, Austin had a 43 pin lead, so a punch for David would have been 35. Austin could go Greek church flag and still be good. So we're gonna have 3 Kentucky boys in the stepladder. And if the girls' trends held the way they were after game 1, I do know Tandis O'Neill advanced and Victoria Hines advanced. So that's 1-1. Abby had a lead over Mazak after game 1, but was trailing in game 2. And Megan Kennedy, pretty sure she won her match. So at least 2 Indiana girls and 1 Kentucky girl. And it would come down to either Abby Bach, the 4th place finisher from 2 years ago from Kentucky, or Grace Mazak from Indiana to fill that 4th and final spot. And Austin does flag the 6-10 in the 10th, but it doesn't matter. Not even close to mattering. So Austin Nelson will advance to the stepladder. The girls are all done as well, so we'll just kind of set our headsets off, wait a couple minutes. Shouldn't be too long before they get us the updates, and we'll be back for the stepladder finals here for the 2021 Kentucky-Indiana All-Star Tournament. I'll do an intro. Well, hello, everyone. The moment we've been waiting for here at the 2021 Kentucky-Indiana All-Star Tournament, this singles stepladder. And, Mike, we have a great, talented field in front of us and a great stepladder in front of us.
What a battle today. It's going to be exciting, and a lot of hard work today these guys and girls have put in.
Yeah, this pattern has been very tough all day. It's played out. We've seen it in the scores, and we're going to give you our top four now. For the boys, first off, 3 Kentucky boys, only 1 Indiana boy. First match will feature the 4-seed William Riddle versus the 3-seed of Robbie Oakleaf, Kentucky and Kentucky. The only Indiana boy to make the stepladder, Kyle Toyas, is the 2-seed and waiting up top as the number 1 seed based on his 6-game total from match play. Austin Nelson, 13-11 plus 111 for his 6 games.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about him a couple games ago, how consistent he's been, even through the team event this morning. And, you didn't want to run into him anywhere in this match play at all. But he's obviously the number 1 seed for a reason. He's the favorite.
Yep, and then looking down at the girls, 3 Indiana girls to just 1 Kentucky girl. First match will feature the 4-seed Grace Mazak versus the 3-seed, the only Kentucky girl, the birthday girl, Victoria Hines. The 2-seed, Megan Kennedy, is waiting, and then the 1-seed, Tandis O'Neill. So if you're one of those first 2 players, Grace or Victoria, you've got to beat the other, and then you've got 2 of the best players in the field waiting for you.
Yeah, and Tandis O'Neill, we talked about her earlier as well, how well she's been bowling. And, she ran into a couple of tough shots. She dropped the ball off her hand there and went in the gutter and came back and spared it. And so she's had some adversity, but, boy, she's made nothing but good shots all day.
I think we've got some great bowling in front of us. I can't wait to get to it. And all that action and more, we'll be back with the finals of the stepladders here at the Kentucky-Indiana All-Stars.
Boys, we will start with the gentlemen.
Nobody had
bowling on 25 and 26.
And that was the kid whose mom went off on me.
Good. As your name's announced, please make your way on the approach and stay there until all 4 of you are out there. The 4-seed, William Riddle. Your 3-seed today in the first match against Riddle, Robert Oakleaf. Bowling the winner of that match, the 2-seed, Kyle Toyas.
All right, well, this is it. No more worrying about team play. No more worrying about 2-game totals. It is 1 game here in the stepladder finals of the 2021 Kentucky-Indiana All-Star Tournament for the boys and the girls here at Dixie Bowl in Louisville, Kentucky. Alongside Mike Albee, I'm Daniel Farish. We've been here all day, called the action all day, but this is where the tires meet the pavement. This is where the big money is at. This is it.
This is to see who performs the best.
And we do have cameras on both pairs for the boys and girls. They're going to stay on those pairs, which makes it really easy for us. And we're just going to
fast pace.
It is. We're going to flip back and forth, so stay with us as best you can. If you're just joining us, we'll take a look at your top 4, your top seeds for the boys and girls. Austin Nelson, and they were seeded based on their 6-game total pinfall from the bracket. Austin Nelson had 1 game under 209. Everything else in the 20s, 30s, and 40s. He was plus 111 for his 6 games. He's the 1 seed on the boys' side. The only Indiana player left on the boys' side, Kyle Toyas, is the 2 seed. He was plus 12. Robbie Oakleaf, as we see him 8-1 here in the first frame for the boys, was minus 37. And then William Riddle came in as the 4 seed. He only shot 1091, but he shot the games he needed when he needed to shoot them.
And that's what it's all about in match play.
Yeah. On the girls' side, we see here the only Kentucky girl left in the field, birthday girl Victoria Hines. She is the 3 seed at minus 56 against Grace Mazak, who, again, didn't shoot over 1,100, but doesn't matter. She shot the numbers she needed to shoot when she needed to shoot them. Yeah. Our 2 seed, Megan Kennedy, minus 29, and the 1 seed, Tandis O'Neal, minus 21. A little bit of flashback for me there. I left the 4-6-7 in the 10th frame of the final game of the 2017 Kentucky Open against Matt Sanders to lose. Oh, on that lane, I was sitting back here, went up to throw the shot, needed a mark, 4-6-7. There go back to what we talked about.
Obviously, those are just in your brain, just like they were just 5 minutes ago, right? I mean, those just still continue to get you.
Robbie Oakleaf, both boys with opens in the first frame.
But, you know, I thought he threw the first frame, even though he left the 2-8 and missed a spare. I thought it looked like he knew what he was doing. The ball looked good, just didn't make the turn. But I think he, as far as a reaction right now, if you get a ball that's going to do what you think it's going to do, that's half the battle right now.
Yeah, if you can get a ball that's going to do the same thing twice, stick with it and just try and figure out where to throw it.
Because you can just see the way the balls are going now. I mean, just a little extra hit at the bottom of your swing makes it look like you've missed by 5 boards.
And that just happened to Victoria there.
Exactly.
She caught it at the bottom just a tad too much, and that thing took off.
Just jumps. Beautiful shot.
Oh, that's a good shot. Oh, it didn't hook. Oh.
Yeah, it just kind of laid out. I thought it was going to read early enough, and it just scooted a couple feet too long.
Well, this pattern is only 25 units, 24.9, I believe. And that is a proton physics, which is one of the strongest cover balls in Rotogrip's line. So if that thing burned up in the heads, it wouldn't surprise me. Rotation looked good. Accuracy was good. Just didn't have anything on the back part of the lane. Storm's line, not Roto. It's a storm ball.
Good spares. Good spares. But William, he's getting so much lift, and that ball is just going to jump all day.
For him, it's going to be you don't want to worry about getting your eyes right. You want to get your feet left because you don't want to give the pocket away as he just did.
Yeah, Williams made great shots all day when he needed them. That's why he's here now, because he's made good shots when he needed to, spares when he needed to, performed when he needed to. But he is, as you can tell, he has not had a good look on the lanes. It's just his ball's reading different times, the wrong times, and it's just hard. Good spare.
Looking at Williams, scores for the first 5 games. The first 5 games of the stepladder, he had nothing over 180, but he caught the right opponents at the right time. And then the last game of the stepladder, shoots 244.
Yeah.
In a game where he needed that number.
Yeah.
Mazak clean through the first 3 frames. Victoria split the first shot. Strike second. That looks, I thought it looked good. Might have been,
I agree.
Might have been a little left, but I thought it looked good. I wonder if somewhere in her head, and I'll have to ask her dad, BJ, this, if somewhere in the back of Victoria's head she's thinking, how cool would it be to win All-Stars on my birthday?
Yeah, you got to be careful. Those thoughts that creep in there sometimes, they take you out of what you've been doing all day.
Every year that John McCarthy runs the Kentucky Open, it's the last weekend in July. My birthday is the 25th. So sometimes my birthday falls on that weekend.
Yep.
And whenever it does that, I have the thought, how cool would it be
nice,
to win?
Yeah.
I've won it twice, but never on my birthday. That'd be neat to get that.
I think I'd change that thought, though. Think about that after the tournament's over.
Well, I can't. It's my birthday. I'm a very selfish person, Mike. I'm excited for my birthday.
There'll be a year when you won't be so excited about those.
Well, and I noticed this as we're seeing the struggles that Williams had all day kind of creep in this game.
Yeah.
As I start to fill out like new forms for my new job and I'm doing it electronically, the scroll bar for my year, birth year, keeps getting longer and longer.
We'll go down a few more of those for me.
I know.
See. I'm down a few more bars.
It used to be like one good flick with the mouse, and there it was. Now it's scroll, scroll, scroll. Oh, I'm in the 90s. Scroll.
Yeah. Chad's a few more past me, I think, aren't you, Chad?
A little bit, he says.
No, he's not. I'm on the bottom of the bar.
Robbie working on a 3-bagger.
That's in.
Cross carry.
Oh.
Yeah. He didn't like it. Yeah, don't celebrate those shots.
Nope.
That's never good.
Just move on. Yep.
That's a good shot. That's
pretty shot.
There we go. Mazak with a 22-pin lead over Hines through 4.
Yeah, the group of 4s we have on both sides here didn't get here because of luck. They got here because they worked hard and took advantage of some opportunities maybe, or continued to make the spares the tough spares. They deserve to be here.
He posted it. He likes it. Oh, my gosh. Did you see that dog bird take out the 10? Holy moly.
I'm surprised the wind didn't knock the 7.
I might clip that and send it to Osku because he likes to post a bunch of his bird dog scouts on his Instagram. I know the 7 didn't get out.
Scouts
but
are one thing. Bird dogs, when they're in the air and they never touch the lane again. Yeah, that's duck pin area there.
Man, that was awesome.
Hurry.
Okay, cover the spare after the.
Yeah. Don't forget that. Yeah, that part of it. Great shots, though.
Hook a little bit. Oh, my.
Wow.
That's not something you want to have on video.
No. And that just doesn't happen hardly ever.
Well, the ball did what I said. It hooked a little bit.
You need to hook a little more. What a great spare shot, though. Jeez. Uh-oh.
Now, last couple spare shots, Williams went up before the rack was up all the way. He's rushing it. He's consigned to the fact that he's out of this match. Yeah. I'll tell you what, though, for a player that never quite got lined up today, he still fought.
Made the most of it.
He split a lot, but he made all of his spares. He didn't give up, you know.
Yep.
And he made the step ladder. He put himself in a position.
Good tournament for him, yeah.
Yes, absolutely.
So that's a confidence builder, that one.
And William was the 13th seed.
Yeah.
I mean, so he struggled in a team event as well, but to struggle all day.
He's only somebody that, you know, Robert's got a little bit better look and has made a few better shots this game. So, you know, he's run a tough one.
Oh. Back-to-back-to-back opens on that right lane for Hines.
Yeah, that was her chance to make up some ground.
The deficit stays at 20.
Still plenty of time. Half a game to go.
That strike will do it. That match is over.
I mean, obviously, Robert, I mean, the look that he's got currently, he could make some noise here. I mean, he could find himself getting to Austin for a chance at that championship. And he's going to have a little bit of an advantage because he's working his way up, and he's going to see how things are going to be changing.
Yeah, Kyle's going to come in as the 2 seed and get a couple of practice shots on the pair, I'm sure. But Robert has seen how the pairs transitioned for the last 20 minutes. Kyle hasn't. So, do you always want to be the 1 seed? Well, yeah, it's great to only have to win one, but it doesn't hurt to be a 3.
No.
And get a game on that pair.
There can be advantage to that for sure. There's many years on tour where it seemed like the leader would never win for quite a while. Good spare. Yeah,
she rolled it good. That's why she
Yeah.
made it.
Yep. This is something where William, you'd like to see him slow himself down a little bit, go back, enjoy the run, the run he's had all day, which has been a great one. That you want to enjoy that, not get out of the way.
Oh, great shot there from Mazak.
Good shot by Grace. I still can't believe that ball went between
the 310. I know.
310. My gosh. Wow. I mean, normally you see people do that, but boy, the ball is just breaking so sharp on the back end. Left. Oh, great shot.
I think Robbie just made the 210 over there.
Yep.
Good job, kid.
Good spare.
And don't waste your fill ball. Just
settle back down and get yourself back lined up. Yep, exactly. Is that a ball change? Looked darker, but I could.
That was a urethane. I know that. That was a.
But yeah, that's one where, like you said, you want to reset
pitch.
yourself to get yourself back lined up and make sure you're ready for the next one.
Victoria moves in, moves way in, and that
good
ball
look.
motion looked much better.
Yeah.
I don't know if she did that herself or if her dad, BJ, her coach, helped her get there. But either way, great move.
Good move. Yep.
If you're just joining us, Robbie Oakleaf defeated William Riddle 226 to 136 in the first boys stepladder match. And we see Victoria Hines here down 20 to Grace Mazak. And the non-strike there, the deficit continues to build. Mazak in the driver's seat for this match.
Yeah, just stay in it, get your spare. You don't want to let your opponent gain pins on you sitting on the bench. Good shot.
Got a pretty healthy crowd here at Dixie Bowl. This is
very good.
Oh, well, that's salt on the wound. The pins know when you roll the ball well.
They do. They certainly do.
They will give you breaks like that.
I agree. And it goes the other way when you're not. You leave that solid 8 or 9 or something, that you should have carried. Yeah. She rolled it well. That's why she got the pin off the wall.
Waiting in the wings in match number 2 for the boys, Indiana's own Kyle Toyas, and for the girls, Megan Kennedy. And Victoria just kind of threw her hands up, sitting on the bench. I mean,
what are you gonna do? Yeah, you
roll 2, trip foot, strip 6.
Yeah, those things you can't do much about.
Yeah. Well, while it is her day and her birthday, it was not her day in this match. This match belongs to Indiana's Grace Mazak. And she's going to advance to face her fellow statewoman, Megan Kennedy.
Wow. That's a good look. Yeah, she threw that very well.
Yes, she did. Made an entire zone move left in the 7th and struck. She could have gotten the one in the 8th.
Yeah.
You know, maybe Grace doesn't roll the 2. It just.
Good spare.
So if you're the 1 seed and you know there's 2 matches in front of you, so you've roughly probably got about 40 to 45 minutes, what are you doing? Are you staying fresh on the practice pair the whole time? Are you not throwing balls till the end?
Not till the match before.
Okay.
You know, just and just a few. I mean, I want to watch a little bit, but yeah, not too much too early. And that actually looked good. I mean, the reaction looked good. It's something you could work with, I think, on that. That was, like you said, it was a great move to move in there, and just it just didn't work out. She throws it very well, though.
She does.
That's a solid birthday present today.
It is a good showing at All-Stars.
Good finish, yeah.
Victoria's going to be a senior this year at Ballard High School here in Louisville. So I think she's pretty much going to Pikeville after next year. So that program will do well to get a player like her. Not that Pikeville isn't already one of the most foremost women's programs in the country and has been for 20 years. Well, see, now she's wasting all the hits.
Yeah, got a loose swing. That's that trip 4, trip 6 we talked about earlier.
You gotta save those hits. I remember 2008, the last year that I bowled, I was the 1 seed in the stepladder, and this was before USBC lowered the age. So I was 21, bowling as a youth player because you could stay down until you were that old. So I was the 1 seed, and it was at Kingpin Lanes at the split house I was talking about here in Louisville, and Dad and I were sitting in the bar watching TV. And I wasn't drinking, but I was just sitting in the bar, and he looks at me and he goes, "How weird is it that you're sitting in a bar waiting for the stepladder finals of a youth tournament?" It's like, look, I don't make the rules.
Yeah, that's right. All you can do is play by the rules.
USBC told me I could bowl till I'm 22, so I'm going to stay down and get all that scholarship money.
Yeah. Good game, 222.
Very, very well bowled game.
All right, everybody. 4th place finishers, William Riddle for the boys. For the girls, Victoria Hines. Congratulations to both our bowlers. Grace and Robert, if you would like to go to the practice pair to stay loose. I got it.
Waiting to see how much practice they get.
The boys pair, you'll have 5 minutes of practice.
Oh, 5 minutes.
21 and 22. Your lanes will be on for 5 minutes practice. Like I said, the winners can go to the practice pair to stay loose. Your lanes are now on. Good luck.
So the winners don't get any practice on this pair.
Not on the pair.
Okay.
Yeah, not on the pair. Which, I mean, that's the advantage the higher seed gets. I mean, there should be some sort of bonus to that. Yeah, I'm surprised they don't do, you can only bowl as many shots as the person coming on gets, even though it's 5 minutes. You know, on the tour it was always, you got the same amount of shots as the person coming on got.
Right.
Now Kyle's had some good looks on a few pairs today. He's had some lower scores, but that's the thing. He's throwing it good. He looks good. Good game, good revolutions, all that. But is it a pair that's going to match up for him? It could be that 220 or 230, or is it the 160 or 170 game? And I think that's the whole jackpot for all of it.
Well, based on what I saw from what Victoria did, where she moved in that zone, I would like to see one of these boys move in there, because they've got the rev rate to go in there. I mean, you don't need a 400 plus rev rate on this pattern to play in there. And Victoria's ball motion looked really good when she made that jump. I'm still seeing a lot of these boys right of 12 13 at the arrows.
You got to be crossing some tracks there, right?
You know, if the back ends were tight, yeah, keep your angles a little bit straighter. And I'm not even saying move left and swing the ball, but just, you know, parallel everything in, because the ball's going to tip from that angle. The back ends are still fresh. On the screens in front of us, Kimball has their ads, their advertising running, and one of the advertisements was for their July 4th Firecracker Doubles tournament, and they're guaranteeing $2,000 based on 32 entries, I think, which you'll get 32 doubles teams in Louisville for, you know, a payout like that. And I texted to my buddy who I travel with, and he just sent back one word: lake. You'd rather go to the lake than bowl with me for $1,000 on a house shot? Come on, man.
So he was number one on your list.
He was, well, yeah, he was, but now I got to find somebody else. But I guess it's fair because there's a doubles event in the area next Saturday, but I'm going to be at a regional, so he has to find somebody else. I guess, you know, tit for tat, I guess.
Boy, so far I just don't know if you feel comfortable, you know, what you see in practice. I mean, it's just
neither one of them, Kyle nor Megan.
I mean, it's just you don't know how they're, obviously we don't know exactly what they're doing or what they're trying to do. So, but still, you know, it just
like Dad just brought Megan a couple of balls.
That's an indication that still looking.
She's got 40 seconds left.
Yeah.
I mean,
so you got a couple of things there. You can confuse yourself even more, or you fell into the right one.
Right. Well, she's not going to learn anything from that shot.
Yeah, it's hard when you're trying to fish, you know, and you only have a limited amount of time, and you're in front of all these people here. It makes it even more.
Because then you know you have to throw a good shot in practice to get a read.
Yeah.
She goes back to that ball on this shot. Looks a little better. Never mind.
To a degree, yeah. Yeah.
Kyle's last shot splits the 8-9s. That's something he can hopefully build on.
I think something's there for him, but I'm not sure how much room there is to miss with, you know. Obviously, there's not a lot of room for anybody to miss.
Correct.
At this point today, but can it miss and carry over? You know, we've seen that. Can it miss and carry over, and then you can make some good shots behind it. And
Remember what I said earlier about half-board moves being mental?
yeah.
Well, Doug Barker, the guy that I talked about that was instrumental in the youth programs here in Louisville for a very long time, including in my own career, says in the chat, Megan needs to make a half-board move. He's one of those crazy guys that believes half-board moves actually do something, and they don't, Doug. Hope you're doing well, buddy. Hope to see you soon. Now, I wonder how much of what Kyle is seeing is due to the fact that Robbie's throwing urethane out there. Robbie's got a pitch blue and a fast pitch up there, both of which are storm
inside of him, right?
urethane balls. And he's kind of, he's left of him and kind of crossing out just a little bit.
Yeah. Good start by Grace. Good shot.
All Indiana bowlers left on the girls' side. Kyle, the only Indiana bowler left on the boys' side. Oh, he almost kicked the 2 out.
Wow, what a good run at that.
Man.
It's hard to believe it didn't go forward. I think he heard you.
Think so?
Yeah. That's a good shot. Good shot. Good spare. Good spare over here by Megan.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Woo, okay. Good spare.
As long as it goes down, it's a good one, right?
You ain't wrong. Another shot left for Megan. She's got to make like a 5 and 2. This late in the day, I don't know that you can be that direct.
Good shot.
But Robbie is just on top of it.
Good shot.
And it kind of makes me wonder, why didn't we see too much, other urethane from the two-handers out here? A lot of the two-handers today were throwing resin. Urethane allows them to simplify the pattern, blend things together, blend it in a way that resin won't.
I think it got easy to be confused out there by how strong the back ends were, and it was easy to move in a little bit and get it out, leak it a little bit, and then you leave the 210s and things like that. It was easy to get confused early. Beautiful shot by Grace. I think the more disciplined you were at the bottom of your swing, the smoother you were at the bottom of your swing, the less overreaction you got. Oh.
Open there in the third for Robbie. The remaining players, Grace Mazak was the 3 seed, Megan Kennedy the 6, and the 1 seed in the stepladder was the 4. Tandis was the 4 coming out of team bowling. And then for the boys, Robbie was the 4 seed coming out of team event. Toyas was the 2 for Indiana, and our 1 seed in the stepladder, Austin Nelson, was the 14 coming out of the team portion. Good shot right there.
Yeah.
Back-to-back good shots from Kyle. Well, both of our players who opened with doubles have now split the third.
Yeah, you hit high on the head pin today, and you're pushing your luck for splits for sure.
Megan goes back to the ball she was throwing earlier in practice, and that thing just never saw the lane.
It looked like it was in the right spot, too. It looks like good shot by Kyle.
Oh, no. Oh, Megan.
Wow. Well, it had plenty enough power to knock that 10 out of there.
Scout just went behind the 10.
Great spare shot. Wow. Just cannot break anything down when you go high.
Nope.
Well, things have been all around those 10 pins.
Oh, no. Left. All right, now don't go through
we've
it.
seen that before, yeah.
Don't go through it. Good shot. Oh. Oh!
Dug that 4 out of there.
Now make a 2-and-1 off that and stay aggressive.
Different angle this time. Oh.
And she went to a spare ball.
Yeah. I thought for sure it didn't finish up there to get that 3.
All right, well, Megan, you got 40 in the fourth, and you're only down 20.
Yeah.
It could be a lot worse. Yeah, she got that one right.
Oh.
Ooh.
That's something we haven't seen very much of, knocking either the 4 or the 6 out of there to give you an easier spare. Big break.
I don't know if he realizes how big of a break that was.
Yeah.
Hook over. Good spare.
Good spare, yep.
All right, so a couple of 22, 23 pin matches out there.
And those disappear in one frame if you're not careful.
Both were in. One tripped out the 6-1 pin. The other one left a 5-pin.
There's a big shot for Megan now, getting a chance to double up. And like you said, she's only 22 back, so this could really get her tight to the match. Nope. All you can do is make the spare and go to the next one. Ooh.
Oh. Oh, Robbie got that one right, and it shows.
This Megan getting some hair care advice from some of her teammates over there. Cross. Oh, good try. Robert's going to need some strikes here coming up, and if unless Kyle can helps him out. Nice shot, my Grace. Pretty shot. One of the best ones of the match for her.
Great shot from Kyle.
The body language tells you a lot there. You can tell the confidence in what he's got for a reaction there.
Amazing how things have changed for him since practice.
Yes. It's that advice from you that got him there.
You know, if these kids would just listen to me more often. Problem is, I don't give myself that same good advice when I'm bowling. I stay in that same area of the lane. I can make this work. I can make this ball work.
Oh, wow. Good spare by Grace. I'm not sure I was expecting that one to hold up that much for Kyle.
I wasn't either. But he found that shape. He found that shape in the pattern in the middle part of the lane.
Got a little push.
You know, on house shots, players look for hold.
Yes.
Well, on a sports shot, what I look for is I look for the shape of the pattern. I look for the shape, and I try and get that ball right up against the shape and give myself as much oil left of me as possible. It might not be hold,
Right.
but it's not dry.
Yeah. Robert kind of changed angles, went out to where Kyle was at the start.
And that match for the boys is pretty much over.
Yeah, Robert just didn't get a couple breaks early in the match that would have kept him in there.
The two 10 pins in the 4th and 5th. Yep. And best he can do is 166. Kyle's already in the mid 140s.
It's a good tournament, though, for Robert. Good
Yes.
tournament. Very good.
Both Grace and Megan are almost on top of that one spot down lane that does not roll.
Right. I think Kyle would like to just go right on into that next match.
I think he would.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Well, that's okay.
You know, he did that in the next to the last match as well. I'm not so sure there was ever a good time for that, but this was a time that'll work.
It's not going to hurt him.
Yeah.
Yes, correct.
Good spare, Grace.
That's better.
Comes right back, yeah.
Earned himself one more shot. Kyle Toyas has it on that pair right now.
Yep. It's amazing what 5 minutes of practice will do for you, though.
I know.
You know, on a break, short break. Well, I'm sure he's disappointed, Robert, but he's had a very good day.
And that 140 is not reflective of his
No.
performance throughout the day. But a good outing, a third place finish this year for Robbie Oakleaf. And now our attentions focus on Mazak and Kennedy. Kennedy can punch for 174. It would force a decent count and mark from Mazak. She goes back to that blue ball, crosses through the nose.
You just can't say how difficult it is when you're going back between equipment and what each piece does in different parts of the lane and trying to still make good shots so that you give yourself an opportunity. It's very, very difficult to do.
Yeah, it's difficult enough going from ball to ball and changing areas of the lane, but when you're not confident in either of your options and your shot making isn't great, it's hard to manufacture the confidence you need to make the great shots to see what ball is the right ball or the wrong ball.
Yeah, anytime you make a change, you've got to be 100% confident. Anything less than that, it's going to show.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, good break. I guess this is that area where you're mathematically still have an opportunity and you know, and rightly so. Megan's bowled very well all day today, and just going to try to give her any hope at all there is to win with this one.
Yeah, 162 here would force Grace to get 7 on the first ball. 7 would give her a 163 if she missed everything on the spare. Oh, got it right. Doesn't like it.
Boy, it almost made it back better than anything else
did.
that's been.
That ball she went to, I can't tell what it is, but you can certainly tell it's a lot smoother.
Yeah.
Than that. She was throwing a supersonic with a ton of surface, and it was just burning up all over the place. But the hammer ball she went to, I can't tell which one it is. A lot smoother, stored some energy down the lane, and like you said, almost rolled that corner.
Yeah. Good solid day today by Megan Kennedy. Very good. Good tournament.
Both of our fourth place finishers, William Riddle and Victoria Hines, will take home $200 in scholarship money. And our third place finishers, Robbie Oakleaf and Megan Kennedy, will take home $250. So that'll buy a couple of books in college. Grace is getting all the hits.
Yeah.
I mean,
she's earned herself an opportunity to come away with this championship. As you said earlier, those are the ones you want to save.
You want to save them. I mean, yeah.
If there was any possible way, save those.
The trip 6, the trip 4, and the roll 2 against Victoria in the first match when it was pretty much in hand, she could have saved. And now those two, it's like.
I mean, she is playing an angle, obviously, where she's going to be around the head pin all the time. So, and in a scoring pattern, it's pace like this, it's not a bad idea to be around the pocket.
Yeah, she's not giving the head pin away at all.
All right. Congratulations to our third place winners for the boys, Robert Oakley. And for the ladies, Megan Kennedy. Our winners for our matches, if you'd like to go to practice pair to stay loose, Nelson O'Neill to the TV final pair. You guys will have 5 minutes of practice. The lanes are now on over 5 minutes of practice.
That clock starts pretty quick.
It does. That.
You barely have a chance to get down there and unload.
Yeah, she might want to get going.
Yeah, you got to watch that.
Well, number 1 seed for the boys, Austin Nelson, just not getting
Just
to his
not
pair.
getting to the pair, yeah.
For the finals, parents, bowlers, if you could.
Curious what's in the bag. Looks like Austin brought down a UFO.
Bill Carter and his entire staff for Kentucky for hosting
A UFO and a hot cell. So a urethane rotor grip ball. And a resin rotor grip ball, not UFO.
Tournament office, Mr. Corky Cook. Corky, thank you for everything, sir.
Those are good Jeopardy questions. What are these names? What are these names of?
Looks like Tandis O'Neill throwing an uppercut.
The first shot went in the gutter.
Well, sometimes you want to see if the gray boards hook.
Yeah.
Just you're curious. Haven't found one that hooked yet.
No. Or give you any pins, right?
That too. That's really the biggest thing is it doesn't give you any pins.
Grace, is she electing not to practice? Looks like it so far.
Yeah, she's staying, behind the championship pair. Just
Kyle either.
drinking
Kyle
water.
either not throwing any. If that's the case, I mean, that may be where you just throw 1 or 2 before the match, just make sure you're still loose. Or when you're younger, you may not need those like I would need.
Well, in even 5 minutes, I don't know that I would, waste too many shots down there. Austin's first couple of shots have been with this urethane ball. That's not a little bad motion rolling off 7-8 right there for Austin.
Yeah.
Great motion for Tandis in that uppercut. Grace 2-0 in the step ladder so far, but she hasn't really been pressured all
Not
that
dominant,
much.
yeah, and not dominant doing it, but she's filling frames and. You always wanted to be the #1 seed because, it's tough going up the ladder because something can happen, where like Robert last game, it just wasn't his game and you got beat. So you can always get beat going up there. You always want to be the #1 seed, but it doesn't necessarily mean that's where it's the most advantageous spot
Correct.
to be in. I take it every time, but you just don't. Sometimes it's not the best place to be.
I can see where the argument would be made that the 2 seed isn't all that bad.
Yeah, less games and less opportunities for bad luck. It always seemed like the 3 might be the spot, in some cases, just because you get a little more, if you get the momentum, you see it happening. And 4th and 5th, I mean, that's a rarity when somebody can
Right.
come back from that. Staying right there.
I don't know if that urethane ball is going to give Austin the strike power he might need in this match, but it's going to keep him safe. And I don't know how much throughout the step ladder he threw it.
I think towards the end,
He went plus 111,
right?
so certainly what he did in the step ladder struck a lot. I just don't know. I don't recall seeing this ball, but I could be wrong.
Kyle electing not to practice. Looks like Grace either.
I think I saw Kyle throw one shot.
Did he?
Just like 3 minutes ago. But that was it. I would assume in this situation the 1 seeds have choice of who starts and what lane they start on.
I certainly think so, yeah.
Austin's standing as if he is going to start the match, which means he would finish the match. And looks like Grace is going to elect, or Tandis is going to elect to have Grace start the match over there. Couple of single pins for the first couple of shots for Grace and Austin.
Good spirit. Good way to start.
As I was taught growing up, 9 spare is a good frame, especially on something like this.
Yeah, on the first frame, you don't want to start out handing something over to the opponent yet.
Can Kyle maintain his striking ways?
Sure
He
can.
does.
Sure can. Good shot.
Oh, she is in the right part of the lane. She's not as far left as what we saw Victoria do late in that first game, but she's certainly further left than Megan or Grace were.
Well, the only thing you say about that is, wow, great shot. That's a message sender right there. That was a great shot. A little left. Breaks the split down, though. Spare.
Well, something we haven't seen a lot of up at this point. That's a lot of clean frames.
Yes, it is. I agree. Ooh.
Both those players a little bit further right of their intended targets. They don't pay a full penalty. Austin with a tricky little 8-pin behind that 1-2. We get it to cross over and don't chop. Good spare.
Good spare, yeah, that's a good one.
Grace left with just a single pin, which she hooks past the 2-pin.
A little quick with the feet, looked like fell off to the left, and ball went right behind that spot and just broke away from it.
Gets the 10 out. Kyle can't get the 6.
A little tentative, do you think, on that one? Just looked like a little tentative at the bottom of the swing. And she'll take that one.
Odd to see a Brooklyn where the 5-pin falls to the left. Yeah, Kyle's last shot just didn't look aggressive at the bottom.
Yeah, strike there would really had it moving along to take a big lead. Whereas, you know, opponent Austin's still trying to kind of figure them out a little bit.
Good shot. Good shot.
Very good. Oh, when he puts it where he wants it, it's a strong, devastating,
yes, it is.
look.
Yeah, his strikes have been no doubters, every one of them. Doesn't like it. Cross and carry. Cross doesn't carry. Nelson high on the head pin.
Difficult spare. Difficult spare.
Another sleeper sitting behind a 2-pin combination.
Good spare. Yeah. Keeping them close. Great spare.
Yeah, if Kyle has a couple more of those 7 counts, you know, splits, and Austin just keeps making his spares, it could pay dividends for him later in this game. And when I first started bowling on Sport, it was right when Sport came out, 02, 03, and everything was 2-1 or 1-1. It was dead flat or pretty close. And Dad always taught me, look, your spare game will keep you in the matches.
Oh,
there's a great break for him, and another break for Grace.
Wow.
If Kyle spares here, Austin has the lead. And it's that his spare game keeping him in it.
Oh, wow. Big double. Oh. 3 in a row. And a lead for Grace.
You know, if she's lined up to go Brooklyn, do it.
Yeah.
I mean,
it
doesn't matter how you knock them down.
I thought that might have the 10 pin on it there, but that's
what I thought too.
That ball just flushed up. That's one of those looks where you can just tell the ball's just doing what it needs to do where it needs to do it.
I shouldn't like it. That's left as well. Another Brooklyn, but
well,
Grace carried 3 in a row. And Candace is going to get a couple out there. All right, Austin, put a good shot here. That's going to cross. Too much angle on the cross. Wasn't going to get the 5 out. Leaves the 9 as well.
If you're Austin, you want to pick up your spare, but you don't want to get caught in that feeling that you're getting overrun. You know, you want to make sure you start sending, getting some strikes yourself, and which I'm sure he's trying to do, but got to be careful.
Oh, man.
That is one of those things when you leave that you just hate shooting it. You just you know that possibility is sitting there, that chopping that 5 off. And
that kind of goes back to what we were talking about. I'm shooting the spare ball every single spare
because you know what's going to do.
Yep. I'm almost shooting that kind of left to right.
Yeah, let it fade back
and let the ball hit both pins.
Yeah. Oh, another bad break going high.
Give it a run here.
Yeah, oh, I got the kick out of the back.
Yeah, almost did. Got it right. Is it going to roll?
No.
Oh, give her some love. That's a break.
Yeah, that's a break. That sure is. Now you got to settle down and make sure you get your spare out of it. She's just down 8 pins at this moment. More aggressive at the bottom. Good shot. Yeah, just that third frame were a little tentative. The ball broke high. That one there, he was aggressive, went at it, and ball's doing exactly what it needs to do. Making great shots out there. And good spare. Tandis.
That could be it. That could be it right there. Gets the 10 out of it, breaks it down into a 4-7.
6-pin lead. Good shot.
Good shot there from Austin.
Good spare.
Well, I will say as a Kentucky guy, for this tournament, not for college basketball. Let me clarify that. I was certainly pulling for Austin as he doubles here in the 8th and 9th. But he just ran into a buzzsaw, man.
Well, you know, I mean, you pull for the leaders. They deserve to be the leader, to have the opportunity to win the title. You know, you got a bowler in Kyle who made a good move and has made great shots ever since. You know. Just making victory laps now. What a great shot. What a great game. What a great adjustment, though. You talk about looking like one match and out, and then you make that adjustment, and here you are. You're going to be the champion.
He just made that move in.
Wow.
And he has the world.
Yeah. But that ball is it's just gorgeous watching that ball go right into the pocket flush. I mean, good spare. And the girls match is anything but decided at this point. There's that solid 10 I thought we were going to see earlier, but yeah. You know, we talked about, you know, is it one of those pairs where he's going to be able to match up, or is it not?
Oh, you don't want to end on that. Oh, well. Oh, well. Well, congratulations to Kyle Toyas, our 2021 Boys All-Star Singles Champion. And a great effort from our number 1 seed.
Yeah, just didn't get those off hits to keep him in it. You know, just didn't get the breaks he needed to stay close. But what a solid day, all day.
Yeah, Austin Nelson going to come in and take home a runner-up finish.
Oh, big break.
And a fantastic break there for Tandis O'Neill. She now flips it into a 6-pin lead.
Yeah.
Oh, good shot.
Big shot.
Oh, man. Beautiful shot. Yeah. Now, here's the pressure we talked about.
There was no doubt on that, yeah.
This is the pressure Grace has not seen in the stepladder yet.
I mean, as we've seen, anything can happen all day. We've seen it, you know, both directions here, so.
That's a good shot. That is a really good shot.
Wow, very
That
nice.
is the best shot she's thrown in the stepladder so far.
Beautiful shot. Beautiful.
And a perfect time for it.
Yeah, perfect weight at the bottom of the swing. Didn't get it left to target, just right on line, and boy, it hit perfect. And each shot gets bigger each time. There's the 9th frame. This is a big one. Still got 230 left, 234. Yeah, you can see just kind of got around that one a little bit early and wanted to just read the lane a little bit too quick. But, you know, good breaking down to 6-10. Still close.
Yep.
Still close. Good spare.
Good shot right there.
Yeah.
So 214 still out there for Mazak. If Tandis O'Neill spares out, she'll be in the 2-0s. So a strike here in the 9th or a spare and a double in the 10th puts her in a pretty good position.
Don't lose count
to win this.
Yeah, and count is getting close here.
Yes. Every shot on this lane has been a strike for O'Neill. Couple Brooklyns, couple flush pocket hits. She'd do well to find her way to stay perfect on this lane right here in the 9th. Looks pretty good.
Oh! Wow. Huge shot. Huge break. What a good shot, though.
Yes.
What a good shot. That clutch 9th frame and trip to 4. You weren't expecting to still see the 6th there, though. Well, it's hers to win here. If you're the leader, this is where you want to be, right in this spot.
Yep, mark the 10th with reasonable count.
Yep.
And you're going to take home a title. It's left.
Oh,
uh-oh.
Yeah.
Oh, we've
We
seen
just
one
talked
of
about that. We
did.
don't want to see that.
She needs to at least get one to force Grace to double. A spare. And 7, and it's over. I'm going to hook at it. Hits both pins with the ball.
Played.
There you go.
Nicely played.
7 count does it.
Good scores here in the title match.
Very good
scores.
That's enough.
Yeah, hey.
That's game, set, match. The 2021.
I think she realizes it, right?
I think so.
Now she does.
And that is your 2021 Girls All-Star Singles Champion, Tandis O'Neal. Well, she won the Youth Queens up in Indiana. She won All-Stars. She's having a pretty good run this calendar year.
And a very nice run by Grace today, coming up
Yes.
from the 4th seed. Got some pressure situations, so this is going to value her experience all the way through. Good run today, good championship. It's been fun all day.
It has. I believe we're going to send you out on the lanes to do some interviews with our champions.
We're going to try, yep.
Get in there. Oh, there we
She
go.
gave up on it.
Yeah. All right, well, Mike's going to head down there and get some interviews with our 2 champions, Tandis O'Neal and Kyle Toyas. Great tournament all day from start to finish, a very demanding lane pattern. And these kids here in the finals absolutely stepped up and made some great shots to earn these wins. It wasn't a clean sweep by Indiana, as the Kentucky boys did beat the Indiana boys, but the Indiana girls covered that deficit and then some to claim Indiana the team title. That will be their 4th in a row after Kentucky had won in 15 and 16. So 4 in a row for Indiana, following the back-to-back wins by Kentucky. And previous to those 2 years, Indiana won every year from 06 through 14. So domination continues for the Hoosier State. I think we're going to send it to Mike. Once we get camera flipped over, we're going to get everything ready. He's got our 2 great champions up on the approach. There we go, and we'll send it down to Mike Albee with our champions.
All right. Well, I'm out here with 2 champions of the Indiana-Kentucky All-Star Tournament. And
First of all, it's Kyle Toyas, and we have Tandis O'Neill. And let's go with Kyle first. Kyle, you made a great move in the next to last match there. What made you want to go inside like that and move in?
Well, everyone was playing the outside and it was getting tore up, and the carry down was terrible, so I couldn't get my ball to react back in the pocket. So I moved inside, and obviously it worked.
You know, Daniel talked about that too. He was hoping you'd jump in there, and then you did. And wow, you made some wonderful shots, great shots. Only left one ring and 10. Your carry was so good.
Yeah, I mean, my carry's been great all day. I've been playing that line all day, and yeah, I mean, my score shows it, right?
Yeah, congratulations. You led a great team in Indiana, and congratulations on winning the singles title on the Indiana-Kentucky All-Stars for 2021.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
All right, now we're going to speak with the girls champion, and Tandis O'Neill. And Tandis, we've talked to you before. I know you get a little uncomfortable with this, but you're going to have to start getting more and more used to it because you just bowl in these pressure situations, and you're the 2021 singles champion. You made a great shot in the 10th frame when you left that 5'9"?
Yeah.
So you decided to shoot it with a hook. We saw some chops earlier. Was that a little nerve-wracking for that?
Not that one. I'm pretty comfortable with that one. I knew all I needed to do was just throw a good shot, like my strike ball, and it gave me a little bit of confidence. I knew I could do it, so I just went out and did it, and that took a big weight off my shoulder and relieved me a little bit.
Well, earlier in the tournament, not too long, about maybe 3 or 4 games before, I saw you drop the ball behind you a little bit, and it kind of slipped. Well, we were worried because those are the type of things that can take you out of your mental game and puts a lot of pressure on, but you came right back and got the spare. How did you handle that pressure situation when that happened?
Well, when it happened, I had done it a couple days ago. I was practicing with Zach Weidman, and I did it there, and we kind of laughed about it, and then I came out and did it here, and I was really embarrassed at first, but then I spared it, and then after that, then I struck, so I was like, oh, it didn't really affect me. Like, I did it happens to everyone, people fall all the time or drop it, so I just didn't really let it get in my head, and I just laughed about it and moved on.
Well, that's a great theory, and you did wonderfully. You won the Indiana Queens as well this season. What a great season. Congratulations on the 2021 championship.
Thank you so much.
Daniel, you got 2 great champions out here from Indiana. Wish them all the best of luck, and back to you.
All right, well, that'll do it for us here at Dixie Bowl. Again, want to congratulate Tandis O'Neill, Kyle Toyas, and the entire state of Indiana for once again winning the Kentucky-Indiana All-Star Tournament. For Chad Lester, Scott Gilmore, Mike Albee, I am Daniel Farish. This has been a Savage Bowling TV production.